Sean, we can't use the same intro. They're going the other way this time.
Oh, hold on. I got an idea.
You're just playing the same video in reverse.
Wait, why are we suddenly in an 80s movie?
Let's just start the show.
And all of a sudden, it feels a little bit like it did yesterday. My name's Xander Clements here, live in the booth as we get set to bring you the main events from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. Alongside me, eKarting News Zone and SuperKarts USA's voice of karting, Rob Howden. Rob, we've been treated to great racing. We've been treated to wet racing, wet qualifying, intermediate tracks, and it's still kind of one because we got a couple damp spots out there. We're getting set to go green here for Micro Swift.
I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't think we would get to where we are right now. Based on what we looked at earlier today, we looked at the schedule, we looked at the way the weather was going to be. We thought, 40, 50% chance of rain all the way through to the remainder of the day. We got to noon, and really, it was looking good for the rest of the day. We've dried this racetrack up. We're going to see some main events on a dry racetrack, slick tires. Our last mains, it's Championship Sunday here at the Winter Series. Round number 4, it's been a great one so far. And again, let's get things underway. Alexander Procuna set to start in the pole position alongside Luke Giulio. It'll be Benja Fernandez and Drew Waltz on row number 2. Lucas Carrega and Alessandro Truchot on row 3. Wow. A little bit of a messy start, but we are racing. Green flag flying as they come to turn number 1. I'm surprised, Xander. It was a very, very messy start coming into the staging lanes.
Yeah, Alexander Procuna was ready to get this main event going is what happened. He just got on the gas as soon as we were halfway down this front straightaway, and we got one off and around, and it is going to be
Benja Fernandez, I think. No, maybe no. That's Carrega, I think, the 12.
Yeah, the 12 car. Lucas Carrega. It's one of the other TKG entries, it looks like. Or no, that might be an AKT. It's a Kart Republic for sure. Meanwhile, back through turn number 8, the rest of the field is clean and green, and Alexander Procuna has a nice little gap back to second over Drew Waltz. Then it's going to be Truchot, it looks like, into third. Giulio has fallen down the order here on the opening lap, but Procuna, great start out of the final turn. A little bit wide. Oh no, Procuna nearly tags the wall. Big time loss for Alexander Procuna. He's going to lose 3, 4, nearly 5 positions as Cameron Marsha puts him outside the top 5. Drew Waltz inherits the lead.
Xander, how many times have we seen that on the opening lap of a race over the last 2 or 3, 4 races? We saw Mario Barrios do the same thing. Maybe just didn't have the feel for the grip level to turn number 12, try to roll a bunch of speed in there like he did maybe yesterday when it was full dry. He goes straight off the racetrack, and to be honest, very, very lucky, I think, for Procuna not to be in the barriers on the outside of the corner.
Very lucky. I mean, that's why I think he had to slow it down so much, as he was just, in the grass, well on his way to tagging the wall. And that was a heck of a save and some smart driving by Alex Procuna. Obviously, unfortunate circumstances, all things considered. Now, Drew Waltz leads over Truchot, Fernandez. Procuna is involved in this battle back behind them for 4th, 5th, and 6th between Jaime Garcia, Pasha Ali, and himself. And as Waltz leads onto the front stretch, he's lost some ground. Here comes Truchot. Big head of steam to the bumper into one. Looks like the damp spot's still there, and it's caught Drew Waltz out by surprise. He had a good save. Truchot going to look anyway, though, into 2. Oh, just got him. Truchot into 2nd.
This has been amazing how this day has kind of evolved for Alessandro Truchot. Struggled a bit there in the wet weather, but as things have got drier and drier, he's got himself back into the fight. Had a little bit of luck there with some drivers having some issues. You saw Drew Waltz roll into turn number 1 with some wet tires, kind of took the escape route out on the outside of the grass, came back on, and finally Truchot getting the job done in turn number 2. And I think that Benji Fernandez, Xander, able to get through as well. Fernandez indeed, up now into the 2nd spot. So we move Drew Waltz back into 3rd, and Jaime Garcia right there, P4. They're trying to get a little bit of a breakaway right now, but nonetheless, it is Truchot back out front. 3 wins already on the season, looking to sweep all 4 main events.
He's looking good, but Benja Fernandez looking a little bit better right now. He's closed up. Last time by was a little bit quicker than Truchot. And purple lap time for Jaime Garcia. Now it's for Yao Bonham. Bonham in 10th. And up 2 positions. Purple lap time 58 flat, over a second quicker than Alessandro Truchot. It's still a damp enough racetrack that it seems like the leader's at a bit of a disadvantage, where everyone's able to judge off them and gauge off them when to brake and to go a little deeper, gas a little earlier, turn a little earlier, and that's allowing Benja Fernandez to catch Parolin USA's Alessandro Truchot.
And Bonham, as you said, back in the 10th position, started 12th, has worked his way up into 10th, so we'll see if Zhao able to make himself any more ground up here over the next couple of laps. But as Xander said, the front-running duo trying to stretch away a bit. Truchot and Fernandez, 1-2. Benja Fernandez closed right up on Alessandro on the last lap. Let's see if we get a run and a move down into turn number 2. Still a bit of dampness, as you can see there, into turn number 1, Xander. On the outside of the racetrack before you turn in, maybe even really before the braking zone, there's a big puddle right there just off the racetrack. It slowly is kind of, it always leans a little bit more water out onto the racetrack. As the drivers roll through, they roll that into the braking zone. That's still going to be a problem area to a certain extent coming into turn number 1.
Definitely here. And as Truchot leads over Fernandez, Fernandez hasn't gotten aggressive with him yet, but he might need to soon. Jaime Garcia is coming into the view in 3rd, and so is Drew Waltz. Both drivers closing towards the leaders a little bit more each lap. Waltz did not get a good exit out of 8, but Jaime Garcia is only maybe 4 car lengths back from them now, and last time by he went purple.
So Garcia, with a full head of steam, turned his fast lap, the race's fastest lap time by, and that's why Xander said we've got essentially 4 drivers within a second. Here comes Fernandez to the inside of turn number 1. Book it. He's through. Fernandez takes the lead. Procuna a little further back, trying to get himself back up into the fight. Turns a good lap there as well, but it is a front-running 4 drivers pulling away, and indeed Fernandez has worked his way methodically to the front. Was 3rd, was 2nd, back to the front in the Kart Republic.
Yeah, nice run here for Benja Fernandez. 2 car lengths to Alessandro Truchot, another 2 2.25 back to Jaime Garcia. So 3 car pack here, and it's only part of the series to really have the best show for last, to finally have drivers catch up to Truchot and his level of pace in the dry, be it on Championship Sunday on the final of 4 rounds in the SKUSA Winter Series. Benja Fernandez has been second fiddle most of today. He's been just kind of chipping away at the gap, and now he finds himself leading his 2nd lap of the main, his 1st lap's led here of the day. Benja Fernandez takes them down to turn number 1. Little sideways through that damp patch, but still a good lap and enough to go purple. 56.452 with 14 to go.
Yeah, we're leaning into maybe having 3 drivers up front. Drew Waltz not quite there on the pace. He did a 57 flat last time by. He's losing the 3 drivers in front of him and getting caught up a little bit here by Ashton Moon and Alexander Procuna. those two drivers in 5th and 6th working together to see if they can't reel in Drew Waltz. So we could have an issue and a battle for P4 as top 3, though, very strong together. What a lap for Benja Fernandez. Xander, last time by 56.4, 2/10 quicker than Truchot, but it doesn't show on the racetrack. Truchot gets a really good run and closes back up on the bumper.
Yeah, he's close there here, and again, another good run, but Fernandez looking really good through the technical final section of the racetrack, especially from 10 to 11. Decent exit out of 12. That draft to pull Truchot to the bumper and give him the purple lap, then give it to Garcia, who toes even further back on the 3, but I think they're all pretty evenly matched right now, and that's why they're happy to follow Benja Fernandez around, especially as we're getting to the midpoint in this race. Like you said, Rob, they're in the process of dropping Drew Waltz. He's about a second and a half back there in the Motez Sport Barrel-Art, and if they fight, they'll bring him right into it. If they stay in line, that gap will open, although Truchot, oh no, is that a problem for Fernandez, or something slowed for Benja? Yeah, Benja Fernandez has a problem. Some kind of an issue here for the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver.
Wonder what that was. He's actually going to pull off the racetrack.
Oh, no.
So an issue for him. Look, it's over to the right side, so something potentially wrong with the engine for Fernandez. You saw it coming through turn number 7. You could see that I believe it was Truchot around the outside. Same thing happened coming out of turn number 8, and after a great run, watch him go all the way to the front of the pack. Benja Fernandez off the racetrack in turn number 9.
Man, that is heartbreaking for that kid to have worked so hard, to have been kind of so close. Multi-time podium finisher here at the SKUSA Winter Series, Benja Fernandez. The lead now in the hands of Alessandro Truchot with a nice gap to Jaime Garcia. And as they work their way through, our Kendall Hedge and Jenna Tommy are well at work here getting some interviews lined up on the grid. It looks like Jenna is down with Caleb Gaffera, your provisional KA Junior champion and frontrunner here today. Jenna?
Hi, I'm here with Caleb Gaffera, who's had a really, really successful weekend thus far and is starting in his final right now. What's gone on this weekend? Tell me about it.
So this weekend we've been quick all weekend. We just, yesterday in the K, we struggled a bit in the final, but then just pulled out the win. And the X30, we got lucky that we didn't get caught back in the final after the red flag, but thankfully the kid's okay.
Yeah, how's it been battling the dry and wet conditions?
It's been fun, but earlier we made a mistake going on wets when we should have gone on dry tires, but you always make mistakes.
Yeah. Was that your decision?
No, it was a bit of a team decision, but I kind of wanted to go on dry tires, but we ended up going on wets. So
that makes sense. So your cart's been on rails all weekend. Who's been helping you out?
I like to thank my mechanic, Shoma, Will in X30, and my mom and dad, and Mike Rollison.
All right, thank you so much, Caleb. Good luck out there. Yeah, back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He has been really impressive throughout the season here. Caleb Gaffera to start off the 2022 program. Strong again with the KA100 championship locked and loaded. We'll see what he's able to do racing-wise here. He'll be back in X30 Junior as well. But for Rawls' performance, to have a guy up front like that, you got Teddy Musella in there as well. A really good start to the season for their junior program.
Yeah, great start to the year. I mean, for both of them to be running as good as they are today, obviously it was unfortunate for Musella to go to the lead and then to struggle a little bit with the bobble in turn number 12. But as we mentioned over and over again, turn 12 has been a trouble spot. Just the end of these 90-degree sections, I mean, this track really, you don't hear it as much, honestly, nowadays, but it used to take a lot of flack for no character, not much to it, 90-degree corner, 180-degree corner, 90-degree corner. It's got a lot of character to it, I feel like, and definitely a lot of technical aspects, especially going this other way. We talked to a few drivers. They've all mentioned they like it. It seems like it's a little bit trickier. Morgado said that. Kremers has said that it seems a little bit more technical, more driver-oriented, and the way that just the wet patches have stayed, it's made turn 3 and turn 12 even tougher. Even going into 1 still pretty tricky. They're still struggling to get down to the apex.
And I really like the fact that what they put on the outside of these corners is making you run that racing line. You don't have the open, the track limits, if you will. I like what they've done to this racetrack. I've always liked this racetrack since I first drove it back in the early 2000s. I like the fact that we got a good battle brewing up here up front as well between Alessandro Truchot and Jaime Garcia. But how about Drew Waltz here? Here's a driver who fell back. We weren't sure he was going to be in the top 3. The front-running trio was kind of dropping him. He just goes purple last time by, Xander, a 55.530, 2/10 quicker. And Drew Waltz right there coming back into the fight here in that Burrell Art number 19. We can see a fight with Waltz back into the battle here against the leaders, Truchot and Jaime Garcia.
And the black flag's just coming out there. There was a few lappers just in the frame. Gage Harden and Stephanie Miller were up the road. The Supercarts USA officials keeping a close eye on the lap traffic to make sure they clear the road for the leaders, because this battle could get very intense here very quickly. Only 8 laps to go. Again, Truchot, Garcia, as you mentioned. Drew Waltz has gone purple. Ashton Woon went purple last lap and 4/10 quicker than the leaders. He's still about 3 seconds back. He needs Garcia and really needs Waltz to get in there and start mixing things up to get a chance at a podium.
Yeah, and at this point here, we're not seeing that kind of action as of yet. Truchot still with the position in the number 17, Parolin USA entry. And again, we've talked about Truchot, didn't quite have it there in the wet, but as the track has dried, right back to the same kind of style that we've seen the first 3 races. He's won every main event so far this year, absolutely swept it back in January, won everything, qualifying, pre-final, final, was able to win the final yesterday, and now has a little bit of a lead, about 0.3 of a second on Jaime Garcia. But we're watching further back, another purple lap for Ashton Woon. Hey, 0.6 of a second faster, Xander, and we still have a long way to go, 7 laps remaining. Ashton Woon keeps the speed up. I think we got to watch out for him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think so here. I mean, there's battles all over that we're kind of shifting to. Here we go. We'll pick up the leaders coming through the carousel. Truchot's gap back to Garcia is fading a little bit. Jaime is closing in for sure as they come out of turn number 8. 2 car lengths between the pair. 4 back to Waltz. As you mentioned, half a second of the advantage for Woon. He would get there if he pulls off another few laps like that. I mean, there he is at the back of the screen. The Nitro car driver could get into the top 3. Ashton Woon trying to close as Alessandro Truchot will bring them out of turn number 12 to see 6 laps to go this time by. He's led the majority, kind of had like a bubble of about 2 or 3 tenths behind him back to Jaime Garcia that hasn't been popped yet.
You're right. It's just that consistent gap that we've seen, like maybe 2 to 3 tenths of a second from Truchot back to Garcia. But I think Garcia's going to get some help here pretty soon because Drew Waltz has arrived back on the scene. And look how close Waltz is here. And I love that Woon kind of peeking into our camera shots there to show just how close he is. He needs to get some better lap times. Last time by a 54.9. Still 0.6 quicker than Truchot. The overall gap from first to back to fourth, 2.1. But he's only a 1.5 seconds behind Drew Waltz right now. The minute these guys start battling, as you had mentioned, you're going to see Ashton Woon in the middle of this fight. I'm going to predict that Woon ends up on the podium.
I think he could definitely get to the podium. I think there's no question there. And it's just such a variety, it seems, here of, better parts of the racetrack between Jaime Garcia and Drew Waltz. Waltz looks really good in the hairpins, looks not so good in turns 10, 11, 12 in the 90s. Then 1, he looked really good there. Jaime with a mistake. He's going to go by him for second. I was going to say Garcia looked good in the 90s because he looked good in the last sector. And now Waltz defending a little bit, or no, he was just going narrow, going into the corner, I think staying off the damp stuff. Look how much he's closed back up to Truchot already, and here we go. Ashton Woon is up to the bumper of Jaime Garcia headed to turn number 8.
Woon looking potentially to the inside of the turn number 8 there. He does not take it. A little bit of a gap because of that pass extended for Truchot. It was 0.3 of a second last time by, maybe 3 or 4 when they come back around. It'll be 4 laps remaining when they come out of the final corner to the stripe here. Truchot, your leader, Woon, continues to put the pressure on Jaime Garcia a little further back. Woon is through. No, Woon's still 4th.
He tried to move into 9, and I thought he was going to be able to make it stick, and then it just must have really thrown him off in that last sector because he lost a lot of ground in the last bit. 0.5 seconds back now from Garcia, but 4 to go. Still plenty of time for Ashton Woon and Jaime Garcia to come together. And, of course, Drew Waltz 0.5 seconds back from Truchot, trying to close in here. He gets really close through this infield carousel. And Truchot kind of pulls it back on him. Again, they're rubber banding almost. It's the darndest thing, really, as they come out of turn number 8. Garcia now the driver with the momentum on his side as he closes to Waltz headed to 9.
And it seems like it goes back and forth, right? First it's Waltz with momentum. Now Jaime Garcia's got it. We saw some good speed out of Ashton Woon. You said he got caught up in turn number 9. Could have waited potentially to get back over to turn number 2. Make those passes in turn 2. Big runs through 1, pass in 2. Every lap you can get somebody. Look how close they are. Waltz in 2nd, Garcia 3rd, Woon 4th. They're lining things up. And a big run for Woon. Not a good corner entry, I think, for Garcia. Woon going to close up to the rear bumper. Watch for a potential move to the inside of turn number 4.
Yeah, let's see here. They're all having to definitely go narrow, it looks like, into 3. I think the reason guys have been going wide in 3, looking this time here, there's a dark patch on the outside going in. They're having to enter in the middle of the racetrack, so it's an awkward line for them. And, again, mentally they're like, all right, the track's dry. I'm back to my normal braking markers, turning markers at every other corner except turn number 3. They're having to go in a little bit narrow, and the same with turn number 1. And especially for these micro drivers, it's a lot to process. This is their first dry session of the day. They were in wet tires on a very wet racetrack for the pre-final earlier on, so they're finally on slicks. Truchot's feeling pretty good, and as he comes out of the final turn, he'll come to see the double sticks. 2 to go this time for Truchot, and they are nose to tail behind him. But the point is they are behind him. They're behind by about 4 car lengths.
Yeah, Truchot is like he's been benefiting from the battle that's happening behind him. Here comes Garcia. He'll look to the inside of Waltz, so move Garcia back into second. The fight is kind of on for P2, and this is allowing Truchot, who has not turned his head. I love to see it, focusing forward. Truchot continues to lead. He's got about 4 or 5 car lengths. Waltz has now got to watch out for Ashton Woon, who is closed. Woon thinking about the inside of turn number 8, not quite close enough. He gets a really good run out of turn number 8, Woon does. He'll tuck to the inside. Waltz is going to try to defend to the bottom. I think Woon's going to have it. Indeed he does, but an over-under? He does it. He does it. They're side by side coming down to turn number 10. Love this shot. I think Woon's going to come out with it there. And again, through turn number 10, 11, and 12, move Ashton Woon to P3.
Well, here we go. The battle is still not over. White flag this time. That gap to Garcia is pretty massive, and Garcia not a great run through 1. Truchot safe. Could he fully sweep the SKUSA Winter Series? I'm trying to remember of a driver that may have done that. I don't know if I know of one, especially at least in a class of this size.
You're talking to the wrong guy from EKN.
Yeah, right.
That's a David Cole question.
David Cole needs to come make himself useful for the 10 minutes of the day we need him.
Yes.
As they come through the carousel here, half a lap to go. Truchot trying to go 4 for 4.
Yeah.
From what we can think of, an unprecedented margin, unprecedented deal for Alessandro Truchot to pull that off here in micro swing.
I think we go back to like a Kimi Antonelli, I think. I think he was able to do it in the KA100 Junior, maybe even the X30 Junior category that year. Out of turn number 9, 10, 11, and 12 was all that is left for the young driver from Pearland, USA. And he comes out of turn number 12. He'll be the champion. It's back-to-back-to-back-to-back jacks. 4 wins. Truchot winning here in micro. Coming home in the second spot, Jaime Garcia. Really good run for Jaime in the middle of the fight. Never gave it up. And Ashton Woon started in 9th. He makes his way to 3rd. Will step up onto the podium. A good run for the Nitro Kart driver out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Drew Waltz started 4th, ended 4th, was up front and leading at one point. Alexander Pocunha ends up in 5th. We both struggled on this one.
Banataman.
Man, oh man. Zhao Banataman in the number 77, 6th. Daniel Martinez in 7th. Kai Mars 8th. Travis Pettit in 9th. And Santiago Nanmum in the 10th position. Banataman.
Yeah.
We'll get it.
We'll get it. We'll get there.
We'll talk more about him if he keeps running in the top 10 like this as well, right?
And impressive runs for that whole group there at the end of it. Banataman up 6 spots to 6th. Yep. Sammy Martinez up 9 spots to 7th. Kai Mars spent yesterday's final on his head.
That's true.
Flipped. 15 spots picked up for the TKG KR driver to 8th. Travis Pettit 9th. And before we get going here, let's go down and we will talk to one driver who didn't ultimately have the best pre-final. Marion Kremers is with our Jenna Tommy. Let's see if we can send it on down here to Jenna, down at the front of the grid. Jenna, you got us?
Thank you. I'm with Marion Kremers, who's had a really, really interesting weekend. So I gave you a hard time on Friday because you weren't where you usually are, and then you came back this morning and qualified 3/10 ahead of everybody. Can you explain what's going on this weekend?
No, not really. Like you said, we were struggling early on, and then, like I said in the first interview as well, we were just working hard to close the gap, which we did. In the rain, we knew we were going to be very competitive, and we ended up qualifying on pole by 3/10, so that was really good. And then, unfortunately, in the first heat, pre-final, we just had, in the first lap already noticed just a loss of power. And it turns out the reed block broke, so just all loss of power, and I just couldn't continue. So up for an interesting final now, starting from last.
Yeah, you mentioned racing in the rain, and we talked at length earlier about how you haven't raced on a car in the rain in years. How is it adjusting to finding the grip?
Yeah, like I said, I haven't driven a single speed kart in over 3 years in the rain. Yeah. So I was a little bit nervous for quality, not going to lie, but as soon as I did one turn, I knew I remembered how to drive it. So I got out in front and just did my own thing, and that worked out really well and qualified on pole, so that was good.
Awesome. Who's been helping you out this weekend?
The whole team, PSL team, has been awesome. They've been working very hard. We're staying late to get everything ready and sort of for the next day every time, and yeah, it shows. We found the speed like that we were lacking in the beginning of the week, but unfortunately some things are out of our control, so we just hope to make up for that in the final. Yeah.
Well, you're doing great this weekend. Thank you so much for coming and talking to us.
Thank you for that there, Jenna. We'll take it back here as the engines fire for KA100 Senior, and we'll get set to go racing another day, another beautiful afternoon in sunny South Florida after a pretty nasty morning. It's nice, the sun is out, we're dry. Superkarts USA and all of our partners there in that great shot, Aspen, Sport Fuels, IAME USA, AIM, and of course Elf Oil, the official oil of the Superkarts USA Winter Series, Pro Tour, Super Nationals, and every other SKUSA sanctioned event. We've got another great day of racing, another great afternoon of main events that we've got underway with the micros so far. Rob, we've got the KA100 Juniors getting set to come out on the racetrack here. We're going to see if we can go through the starting lineup for Team Bennick KA100 Junior. Starting on the front row, it'll be Caleb Gaffera, of course the provisional champion, and Max Taylor in the Full Tilt Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris kart.
Row 2 will have Ernesto Rivera starting in the 844 P3. Outside the 810 of Adam Brickley. On row 3, it'll be Valentino Garbarino and Max Schweid.
Moving back to row number 4, it'll be Luke Welcome to the inside, up 20 spots in the pre-final from P28 to P8 for Reagan Seville.
Yeah, finishing off your top 10, Victor de Alencar starting 9th. On the outside, Stephen Miller, winner earlier this year in January. He'll be in the number 873.
Ivana Richards starts to the inside of row number 6 alongside Diego Guillo, who rolls off P12.
And then we'll have Chris Aiken starting 13th. Charlie Stein's on the outside in 14th.
Moving to row number 8, it's Ava Hansen in the Mohawk Franklin Motorsports Merlin to the inside of Zachary Hitchcock in the number 835.
Row number 9 starting 17th and 18th respectively, Anthony Rivera and Arrington Grimm.
Moving to the edge of the top 20, Raheem Ali Bahai starting P19, and Gabriel DaCosta rounds out 20th.
Row number 11 will be Colin Aiken and Naomi Garcia. Field set and getting ready to go. Green, green, green. And it's Gaffera coming across from the lead to take it through turn number 1. 2, 3, 4 wide, a little further back. Drivers using all of the curbing on the inside of turn number 1. Gaffera shot like a rocket out through turn number 2 and 3. Give him probably 3, 4 kart lengths as they get rolling over the number 844 of Ernesto Rivera, who has moved into second. Pretty good start there for Caleb Gaffera. Xander, he'll get himself at least a workable gap going into the hairpin for the first time.
And unfortunate for one driver near the back, one of the Paralins, Raheem Alibahai, unfortunately taken out there in turn number 3. It looked like the 825 Paralin driver got turned around. The rest of the field, though, clean and green through 10, 11, and 12. Gaffera coming to put another lap in the books. And let's see, with Max Taylor behind him and I believe actually a Rivera into second, Taylor in third, if they can run him down, because that gap is already pretty massive. 9/10 by the end of lap 1.
Adam Brickley, P4, Garbarino, 5th, Schweid, 6th, Luke Welcome, Ivana Richards, Chris Aiken, and Stephen Miller, your opening lap, top 10. 1 lap in, 21 to go, 22 laps for the drivers here in our KA100 Junior category. This class brought to you by Team Bennick. And we have full lap, full distance main events after what was an interesting morning. Wet weather gave them only a couple laps in qualifying. We cut the pre-finals to 8 laps. We are back on schedule right now here for the final round of the Superkarts USA Winter Series. And Caleb Gaffera out front trying to see if he can't work his way to another race win as he's chased right now by Ernesto Rivera.
Yeah, let's see it here. There's a good run for Gaffera, good run for Rivera, good run for Taylor. Beyond that, it's kind of a madhouse here. Adam Brickley has Valentino Garbarino with him. Here's this massive pack behind Garbarino now. That's the edge of the top 10. Schweid, Richards, Welcome, Miller, Aitken, a whole gaggle of them headed down to turn number 2.
Yeah, the field kind of settling in, and as we expected in the opening lap, you're going to see that those gaps start to develop. The biggest one, I think, back from Stephen Miller, from Luke Welcome. Miller about 1.5 seconds behind. But look at this group here scrapping it out. There's at least 7 karts in that group, and I believe that's the 878 leading the way. Might be Adam Brickley potentially in the lead of that group there that we're watching. We'll bring him back around here again. Last time by, Gaffera's lead, 2 seconds, a little over 2 seconds from Rivera. This is a tremendous battle here further back in the field. You see another one of those LN karts leading that group. That looks like the 830 of Max Taylor. So Brickley, Garbarino, Schweid, Richards, and then Luke Welcome all in that group. That is essentially third all the way back to 8th.
Yep,
that 9th.
Yeah, and a little bump there from Ivana Richards to Garbarino. They're going to go wheel to wheel down to turn number 2. Richards will get by. Garbarino drops behind her. Then Welcome defending. Everyone having to go a little narrow through 3. Here's that wide shot coming through 4. And so Ivana Richards making the pass on Garbarino lets Max Taylor get free. Ahead of Taylor's Adam Brickley, who's up 1 spot. Let's see if there's any other big movers here in this one. Austin Jers with the issue in the pre-final. 10 spots picked up already to 17th. As Caleb Gaffera continues to show the way. That gap, look at that. Wow, 3 seconds already on the field. We've got a problem over here in the infield. That is the 811.
Chris Aiken.
Oh, no, man. That is.
And he's heated, Xander. He is not happy at all. I think he feels like he potentially had some contact. That's coming out of turn number 8. Like a driver may have got inside him and kind of shoveled him off the racetrack. Chris Aiken not pleased at all. And I think you and I were both surprised by the gap for Caleb Gaffera. It's 4.5 seconds now. He came out of turn number 9. We got that shot from 10 back to 9. There was nobody else in the screen.
I mean, just absolutely walking him right now here, Caleb Gaffera. You look at it, though, I mean, his competitors in the dry on the weekend, Max Taylor's been one of them, so he's struggling a little bit. But Austin Jers, obviously, we go back to January, he was one of the closest competitors. He's up another 4 spots last lap from 17th to 13th. So Austin Jers continuing to chip away. We'll keep your eye on the Midwest Hot Shoe. If he joins this group on your screen, which very well could happen as they are shuffling 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, all the way back to about 11th or 12th or so, to Reagan Seville, it looks like, in 10th in the 819, and he's just tagged onto the end of this group here, led by Ivana Richards in 5th.
Sanders, we said off the top of the day, Austin Jers had an outside shot at still winning the championship, but he needed to absolutely sweep the day. Just didn't have the feel, I think, for the conditions in the wet. Qualified well down, didn't do much in the 8-lap pre-final, but when we're back here to a dry track, we know what Austin Jers can do. And he really started to be one of the guys to watch right now. Up 15 positions, like you said. Now onto the rear bumper of Charlie Steins. From then, it'll be at least 3 seconds to get up to Reagan Seville. But this is still a long race. We're only 5 laps in with 17 to go. We'll go back on to Austin Jers once he's got into 11th and see how much he's closing up on the top 10.
Yeah, Austin Jers has been carving here since the drop of the green flag. Like you said, he's going to have a couple seconds for the next group, but he still will have a lot of time left. 16 laps to go. Caleb Gaffera continues to put more in the books here. 6th complete.
Wow.
A 6-second lead. Has been a second a lap here for the RPG Cosmic Driver. Just phenomenal here in the K100 Junior class presented by Team Bennick. There is second place.
That's the look at it, right.
Coming back, there's Brickley leading over Max Taylor. He got by him for 3rd, I believe, not too long ago. So Adam Brickley, having gone by Taylor, if I'm not mistaken. No, Taylor's run him down. Taylor fell back. He did get by him. Taylor fell back a ways, but Taylor was 0.6 quicker last time by. So Max Taylor maybe a second wind here to try and challenge for 3rd as Gaffera leads them out of the final corner.
Yeah, the Rawls and Performance Group driver, lean and mean out front, 6.4 seconds. He just went purple with a 51.779. That gap likely is going to go up closer to the 7-second mark over Ernesto Rivero, who is having a really strong run, and it is 7.1 seconds. Look at this scrap going on here right now. That is, I believe, Brickley and Taylor for P3. Indeed, the Kart Republic for Adam Brickley and the LN Kart for Max Taylor. That is, again, for 3rd and 4th. 5th back there a little further is Luke Welcome having a pretty good drive. But that's the fight right now, keying Xander for P3, final podium position. Both Brickley and Taylor looking to work their way onto the podium.
Yeah, Brickley and Taylor battling back and forth now. Here comes Taylor looking inside, turn 9, going to take the spot back, and Max Taylor goes back on by the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Adam Brickley, and the Mike Doty Racing Lando Norris cart and Full Tilt Racing combo entry of Max Taylor goes to third.
Looked to me like Brickley, once he got past, was trying to give him the sign, man. Listen, we got to stop battling. We got to try to go reel in Ernesto Rivero. Both those drivers have a chance to finish on the podium. They have the speed, but they're 1.7 seconds back right now. And good laps here for Ernesto Rivero, just not quite as good as Caleb Gaffera, who was 0.9 of a second faster than Rivera last time by. Not a couple of tenths, almost a full second quicker. Gaffera up front, they have dialed in that Cosmic. He is having one of his absolutely best weekends of his young career. Looking to get another win here, already the provisional champion here in KA 100 Junior.
As you like to say, Rob, he is dialed in here this weekend. He is rolling really, really good. Coming to 13 to go at the stripe. We're still kind of watching this group for third because, like you said, if they pass again once or twice more, that group fifth on back could catch them. Luke Welcome's up 2 spots. He now leads that group in the Ursuline Racing Tony Kart. Look behind Welcome. Stephen Miller, pole award winner, spinner in turn 2 in the pre-final, on lap number 1, and has since driven back up through the field. Had a great run in the pre-final to get up to the top 10. Now has rolled up 4 more spots. He's up to 6th. Looking for the top 5, knocking on the door, Luke Welcome.
And look who's right out in front of him as well, Taylor and Brickley. To be honest, for Stephen Miller, if he's able to get by Welcome here pretty soon, he could be fighting himself up to the podium here as he's going to take a little bit of the curbing in 7. Not yet able to make a move on Luke Welcome, another former winner, scored a victory here last year in the Winter Series. Getting pressure from the behind from Stephen Miller. But yeah, you talked about those guys battling for 3rd and 4th. Here comes 5th and 6th. Almost a 4-driver train for the final position on the podium.
Yeah, just about that here, and we're getting to the halfway mark. 11 in, 11 to go for Caleb Gaffera and the rest of your Team Bennett KA 100 juniors. This time on through and down the back straightaway here. 4 drivers still not passing yet. But like you said, Rob, I mean, this is the battle for the podium. It will become a battle shortly. As much as Brickley and wanted to push Taylor away, Luke Welcome has been determined to close up here for 3rd. Black flag's coming there for a few drivers. Caleb Gaffera is already catching the back of the field. And let's go back to that battle for 3rd because Luke Welcome just tried to get by on Adam Brickley. He's still close. He's going to try again. No, he'll just defend from Stephen Miller, but that's given a little gap to Taylor. And I think Welcome should be close enough. He might be able to do something in 1.
Well, what's interesting about 3rd back into 6th, if they bide their time, they're going to get Ernesto Rivero. They're only 1.3 back of the driver running P2. They were 0.4 of a second faster last time by. It'll literally be 4 laps. Actually, they've got it down. Max Taylor's got it down to 0.6 of a second right now. So Rivera most definitely in danger of potentially losing 2nd as Max Taylor on the LN kart is rolling up front. Let's watch how close Taylor is. Yeah, there is Rivera. There's Taylor. And then Brickley, Welcome, and Miller. We're going to have ourselves a scrap here, most definitely, for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. This is a great fight right now.
Yeah, fantastic fight here for that group. And Gaffera coming up to that lap traffic just off the screen as they work their way around the final corner. The lapper will come on in. Gaffera will come around. 12 down, 10 to go. Caleb Gaffera's led them all. And just like with Truchot, capping off a heck of a championship-level season.
Well, I always say doing it and putting an exclamation point on the end of the season, right? This is what I've done. Boom. I want to win that last one and really kind of lay my stamp on this class. 11.3 seconds, the lead now for Caleb Gaffera. We talked earlier in the weekend about him joining in with the Rawlison Performance Group late last season, and in talking to the family, really impressed with everything Rawlison has done and the way Caleb's been able to kind of blend in with that team. Their ethos, their culture really has worked well with Caleb Gaffera. I think we see that a lot, Xander. We see drivers move to different teams. They see success there. I'm going to try it there. If your personality doesn't fit with the team culture, maybe the people under the tent, it's not that they're not a good team. They just might not be right for you, right? There's that connection, that fit. And we see some drivers have that when they move to a team, they really start to excel.
Right. I mean, that's a perfect example, right, is, different guys moving around. Brandon Jarczyk moving back. He's had such a good relationship with Mike Doty Racing, is so good over there. Obviously, Norberg's had success at both PSL, but especially, I would say, even more so with RPG and the growth there together. They seem to vibe really well. And, you look at like you said, it comes down to culture and people because you got to be in a good mood and really want to go perform at the racetrack, and that comes down to having a fun atmosphere that you enjoy being around, you know, and a good support system that both wants to win and takes it serious, but has the right level of fun. And as we see that pass there by Taylor, this battle well underway already here. We missed somewhat of the start of it as Welcome was starting to apply pressure. Now he had gotten by. Taylor gets back by him, and you can see at the front of the shot here, Ernesto Rivera. That is not the battle for the lead. It's the battle for second, about 10 seconds back from the lead, but it is a good battle nonetheless.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Max Taylor there. Remember, he had gone into third and was reeling in Rivera. Something happened to move him backwards now. He has got himself into the position. They're now reeling back up again. Taylor, Welcome, and Miller. Miller trying to push Welcome, brought by Taylor at the end of the straightaway. No. Taylor comes across the bow. I don't know that I'd be racing like that yet, because what you're trying to do right now is reel in second, and the three drivers are working together. Go get P2, get by P2, and then start fighting each other. This has given Taylor a little bit of gap coming out of the corner, and he'll work his way through turn number 8. Welcome tries to get a good run. They still have the target, though, on the rear bumper of Ernesto Rivera, who runs P2. I think we're going to see some racing here before this is all said and done. But, man, they keep fighting. Brickley's in there now, and it's going to allow Rivera to pull away again.
Well, we'll see. We'll keep it on screen as we also get set for K100 Senior, which has just been as crazy as ever. And if it's anything like yesterday's finish, their first race in the dry today should be one to watch. Our Kendall Hedge has caught up with Jeremy Fletcher. Kendall?
Jeremy, you won the pre-final by almost 6 seconds. How was the kart handling for you?
I mean, we were fast off rip. We really just got a really big gap in the opening laps, and I kind of just kept it together and on the track, and we were fast, so glad to get the win.
With the continuously improving conditions of the track, did you have to make any changes before the final?
We kind of just went to what we were at yesterday as we were fast, hoping we can get the win and just keep the streak going for the rest of the year and help myself.
Are you expecting it to be a clean race this time?
I hope so.
Okay. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
While we were talking to Jeremy Fletcher there, I believe that Stephen Miller getting a pass done there, I think on Luke Welcome. We're back here on Caleb Gaffera, but there's second, third, fourth, and fifth once again. Gaffera running his way down into turn number 9. You'll see him coming out here, catching up to another group of drivers. They're all getting the black flag to come in because Gaffera is literally blowing his way through the tail of the field. To see how many of those actually pull into the track. At least one may have done so. I'm not sure if all three pull down to pit lane, but Gaffera continues to work his way into the back of the pack here in KA100 Junior as we have about 6 laps to go, but the fight's still good for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. They're laying it down to see who's going to end up on the podium. Xander, it's Brickley, it's Garbarino, Brickley, it is Stephen Miller. All these drivers in the fight right now.
Yeah, Garbarino was closing up to them that time by, and then kind of fell back a little bit as they've continued to battle for the lead. And second up the road finds Ernesto Rivera. Like you mentioned, Rob, they were going to catch him. They were almost there to catching Ernesto Rivera for P2. Adam Brickley, P3. Black flags coming for more as they go through the back sector of the racetrack and around here. We're watching them come to the final corner. Gaffera will at least get waved by as the driver missed the turn in, but we'll try and keep it on him where we can and also keep the battle, the eye on the battle for third, because that's the one that's still going to be raging on here with 4 laps to go.
Gaffera able to get by the driver who did not heed that black flag. Gaffera back into the infield here. 15.3 seconds the lead last time by for Caleb Gaffera. Unbelievable drive as he pulls away. Lap number 9, his best of 51.253. At least, I think, I want to say 0.6 of a second faster than anybody else on the fast lap times. Picking up now this battle here. That's Rivera in the 8:44, though. Stephen Miller, Xander, has got himself back into third, potentially going to second. You had talked before that Rivera was a second up the road. That second is gone. Here comes Miller to the inside of turn number 2, side by side. Book it. Miller going now to P2. Started 10th. He's second.
There we go. Stephen Miller takes over the position Then it is again now Rivera under fire from Brickley for the third spot. So 2 podium spots up for grabs while Caleb Gaffera is 17 seconds up the road. And here comes Brickley looking, pulled out too early, gets back in the tow. Will he pull out into 2? He tries it. Oh, he caught Rivera off guard. Welcome tries to go, cannot, and Stephen Miller gets about 3 car lengths out of it. Here comes Welcome. Rivera, he was sideways, sent that one deep in the corner to hang on.
I would have did the same thing, threw it in there to make sure that he wasn't going to lose a couple of spots, because if Luke Welcome had got in there, it was going to be more. Garbarino was going to be in there as well. That was a position-saving move there for Ernesto Rivera. Threw it into turn number 4. Everybody else stacked up behind him. He'll hold on to P4 right now, but it's done. We've got Miller through for second and Adam Brickley up to third.
As they come out of the final turn here, here's Miller. Again, the driver in second, coming to see 2 to go. Brickley behind him. Then we've got a little gap now to find in Rivera, and then it's a big gap back as Welcome is having to fend off the pressure from Garbarino. So all that shuffling for second. We've still got Caleb Gaffera out front. Here's Miller through 3 and 4 with a gap back to Brickley. Here's that massive pack. Look at Garbarino's group. Is that? Yes, that is Austin Jers. Yeah. Into the top 10 with a pass made that time. I think that was to continue the pass on Max Schweid, and now he tries to set his sights on Max Taylor. Austin Jers, 19 spots gained.
That's impressive. 2 really impressive runs, right? Caleb Gaffera out by 17 seconds right now, and then again, as you had said, Austin Jers up to 8th position, 19 position improvement. We're picking up the leader right now, Caleb Gaffera, who is on the final circuit here. He'll roll to the infield section of the racetrack. Turn number 4, 5, and 6. Gaffera looking to put the exclamation point on the end of a tremendous winter series here in the KA100 category. Out of turn number 8 over to turn number 9. Gaffera in the Rawlison Performance Group Cosmic. He's been a driver to watch here for the last couple of years, coming through the Micro Swift categories into Mini Swift, here into KA100 Junior, and it'll be the first SuperKarts USA Championship. Coming out of the corner, here he is as the race winner. Caleb Gaffera wins the final, wins the championship. Great job for Gaffera. Let's go back to the final battle here. They'll work their way, Xander, out of turn number 8 over to turn number 9. Hold on, this is Jers trying for some more with Max Taylor.
They're 3 wide coming out of turn number 8 and into 9. Through to 10. Jers is through on all of them. What a performance. Austin Jers gets by. That is for 4th. Adam Brickley's 3rd. Miller is 2nd. From dead last, Austin Jers is 23 spots picked up to P4.
That is a stunning drive for Austin Jers as he comes from deep, deep in the field, 27th up into 4th. He was 8th starting the final lap. Jers attacking aggressively, everybody going back and forth. He ends up getting by Max Taylor, Valentino Garbarino, and Luke Welcome over the last couple laps. Xander, glad we picked that up. Great win for Gaffera. Amazing drive for Austin Jers.
Yeah, don't want to take anything away from Caleb Gaffera's awesome championship season, the number of wins he's had. That's 3 out of the 4. I mean, just an absolutely dominating main event. Caps it off by 18 seconds, but like you said, man, Austin Jers, he was on it. He ate his Wheaties this morning.
You know, when you get that far back, you put in your mindset, I'm just going to go, 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 and that's what he did. Passed every time he got to somebody, able to get more than 1 driver per lap. 22 laps, 23 position improvement. Austin Jers 4th, Max Taylor 5th. For the unofficial podium, we'll see your championship winner, Caleb Gaffera, getting the victory. He'll step to the top of the box. Stephen Miller, a great drive as well, 10th up to 2nd. And Adam Brickley on that Kart Republic will find himself on the podium as well. Gaffera, Miller, and Brickley, top 3 drivers in KA100 Junior. KA100 Senior is going to be just as good, folks. The drivers getting themselves ready on the pit lane. Don't go anywhere. Live coverage continuing from Homestead here on Kart Chaser.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver to Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Back live here at Homestead, Florida. Championship Sunday of the 2022 SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clemens here on Kart Chaser. We say hello to those of you who are tuned in around the country and around the world at home, getting a chance to watch all the great action and an amazing battle there. We just saw the final circuit. Austin Jers able to work his way up into fourth position. Of course, Caleb Gaffera, the exclamation point on the end of a tremendous season to win the championship. But out of the frying pan into the fire, man. KA100 Jr. to KA100 Sr. backing it up. Jeremy Fletcher and Peyton Phillips on the front row.
It should be a great one here. We'll go through the starting lineup in a minute, Rob, but it just got really hot out here, and I took my hoodie off, and I realized that it must have been really dark this morning, and I don't have a Kart Chaser shirt on, so you know what? I've got to fire myself really quickly. Luckily, we've got our special guest, Chase Jones, midget driver, and of course MPG Motorsports team manager, K100 Senior driver, joining you here for the K100 Senior Final. I'm going to go find some proper apparel.
Will you brand yourself up, please? Come on. We had Chase on with us yesterday. Great driver analyst. We'll bring him in here as well. Let's get a look at the grid here as they're getting set to go. Jeremy Fletcher and Peyton Phillips in the front row. Like I said, they're into their staging lanes. Carson Morgan and Colin Lloyd will be on row 2. Connor Ferris, Josh Holtz, row 3. Gia Cicero, Aiden Rudolph, row 4. Field set. Green, green, green. They'll work their way through turn number 1. Clean so far. One driver out to the outside of the racetrack. Otherwise good going into turn number 2 and 3. Fletcher will lock and load on P1, get himself into position as they come through 2 and 3 now. Everybody trying to find a bit here. One driver further off the racetrack. Ooh, trying to hold on to it. That was the 955 who went off. I believe Nicholas DeAndrea going off further back. And there's a move for the lead early already. Peyton Phillips diving to the inside of the apex of turn number 8. He'll take the position away. Morgan's going to work his way up. And over-under for Morgan. He goes 3-1 as he's able to get to the inside of both Phillips and Fletcher. Fletcher made a move to the inside at turn number 9, took the spot, but an over-under from 3rd to 1st for Carson Morgan. And he will lead the opening lap of what will be 22 laps here. Full distance races after shortened pre-finals underway here for KA100 Senior. Chase, that was a good opening lap. You couldn't ask for much more than the action we saw there.
Oh, absolutely. It's usually a lot more physical than that, and the boys played nice there. So you got Morgan out front, Fletcher following, and I believe that's Peyton Phillips in 3rd. Got a lot of the same guys that were up there yesterday, so it should make for another great race. Yeah,
Colin Lloyd right in there, Josh Holtz as well. Aiden Rudolph started 8th. We remember Rudolph had the speed, but had some issues in that 8-lap pre-final that dropped him deeper in the field. He stormed his way through over the end to get himself back up into an outside row 4 starting spot. So let's not sleep on the Burrell Art Speed Sports driver who's back a little bit there now. He'll settle himself in and go to work. Up front, Carson Morgan in a place where none of his competition wants him. That's P1 with open racetrack. Carson, of course, multi-time junior champion in the SuperKarts USA program. Everybody kind of settling in now for lap number 2. We normally see that. Do the initial battling, try to take advantage of being so close against each other at the start, then kind of settle into position, find out what you got for a kart early on. We know everybody kind of making their educated guesses on what they want for tire pressure. They need to find out some speed early on. Otherwise, everybody now settling in with Morgan, Fletcher, Phillips, Holtz, and Lloyd. That is your top 5. A little bit further back there, Connor Ferris right in there as well. Gia Cicero, Aiden Rudolph, Nick Terlecki, and Finnegan Bailiff, your early top 10. Anybody else making big moves further back? Not really. Everybody grabbing a couple spots here and there. No big droppers either. So everybody kind of settling in early. Morgan leads it across the line. Chase, for you, obviously you do a lot of driving, whether it's oval racing or the karting as well. What is the strategy in the opening couple of laps? Do you try to attack on the opening lap and settle in to kind of re-gauge and see where you are?
Yeah, the opening laps, is arguably some of the most important laps. It can determine your race as soon as the green flag drops. So you got to be smart In MPG, we talk about being patiently aggressive.
Yeah.
That's a hard concept to grasp because all you want to do is attack, but you got to be smart about, doing the passes where they're required at.
It's interesting, right? Because you're really asking the drivers to, on the fly, do like a risk-reward kind of discussion in your own mind. Okay, I see it happening. I can pass him here. I feel like I'm faster. You want to be aggressive, but you got to be smart and patient about it, and that's what we're seeing here now. 3-driver breakaway with Morgan, Fletcher, and Phillips. They got almost a full second now back to Josh Holtz, who has Colin Lloyd right there. Finnegan Bailiff is the guy on the move right now. He's moved up a couple of spots, at least 3 positions. Bailiff goes purple last time by in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic machine. Bailiff, the Ohio driver, now up into 7th. But this is the front-running trio. You can see that little gap back to now Colin Lloyd. He was able to get by Josh Holtz. So, again, the top 3 drivers settling in. Again, I often go back and forth on this, Chase, because I constantly tout the fact, stay in line, pull away if you can. I talked to a couple other guys, and they say, I talked to Rawlson at one point. I talked to a couple of guys who are like, my guys are, I want you to go to the lead. That's what you're here for. You're here to lead. You said it yesterday. You got to make the pass. You can't wait. This seems like an issue here where, they're lined up, but they got to realize the guys behind are coming. If you were P3 right now, are you trying to go forward, or are you sitting where you are?
If I'm sitting P3 right now, Rob, you've got 4th and 5th that are closing back in, and you've got to pay attention to where those drivers are at. They're going to attack, so you've got to be the first mover.
Yeah.
If that means getting past the guy in front of you, you got to do it.
So that's what it is, right? You got to make sure if they're close enough to make a move, and you got to be the guy making the move, not them. I like that. That's perfect strategy. Good for you, young drivers listening in, to be really aware of your surroundings. I like the term you used yesterday, situational awareness, right? You've got to. You can't be just focused. We know you're supposed to focus forward, but you still need to know what's happening around you.
Everyone's got their own tendencies, and you race throughout the year with all these drivers. You start learning their habits, like I said. So each driver's got a little bit different bit of habits.
Got to know your competition. Right now, 2-driver breakaway, both Fletcher and Morgan trying to stretch away. Fletcher was able to get back by Morgan. Like I said, you don't want to give Carson Morgan an opportunity to pull away up front, and Fletcher getting the job done. I said this yesterday, and for me this is really, really kind of a cool storyline we're going to see at least here in the Winter Series, and I expect it will continue throughout the season. These 2 drivers, rookie in the senior category, both Fletcher and Morgan. Morgan, of course, multi-time SKUSA champion, junior champion last year. You got Fletcher, who won the Supernats in this KA 100 in the junior category. He won X30 Jr as well, swept the junior classes. These 2 guys are 2 junior graduates in their rookie seasons here in February of 2022. Already running 1-2. Chase, I'm sure you guys watch these guys. They're not under your tent, but you, of course, want to know the competition your guys are racing against. How do you gauge these weekends they've had to start the season? These 2 young drivers, they're rookies, but they're not acting like rookies.
Oh, man, I think we all expected it. You saw at the end of their junior years that, their driving ability is absolutely insane. They're both very talented. And if you're Carson Morgan right here, I think, your best bet is kind of towing in line here. You've got 3rd and 4th coming right now. He's got to be aware of that. I think Carson, though, if he's got the opportunity, he's going to go out front. He wants that clean air.
The interesting thing about both of these drivers, too, obviously we know very talented, very fast, great racecraft, but none of the team managers are going to have to push these guys. They don't lack aggression at all, right? There's some young drivers you kind of have to push them. You have to kind of fire up that aggression. Not at all with these 2.
No, not at all. These 2, I think the junior category actually has been more aggressive than the senior guys, especially on the starts and things like that. And I think it gets dialed down to a point, but when the gloves got to come off, they got to go.
3rd and 4th right now, Colin Lloyd and Peyton Phillips. Lloyd battled his way forward, was able to get up from 5th to 4th, now 4th to 3rd, and a great run there. A driver we've watched here, and I mentioned him earlier, was at 10th and moved up to 7th, and now up to 5th. Another fast lap for Finnegan Bailiff for the number 949 Kart Republic, the Trinity Karting Group driver, 51.415. That is 0.6 faster than the leader. He's only 1.2 seconds back. Watch for Bailiff to roll up here on Peyton Phillips here. You'll get a good shot of the top 5 coming out of turn number 12. And there they are. The fastest driver on the racetrack, the guy at the tail end of this lead quintet. And that is Finnegan Bailiff. That kart is a rocket right now. Early in the run, A solid drive here. We'll keep an eye on this battle running up front. But we've got a guest get ready to come and join us here right now. We know we have our Mini Swift category next. Let's head down to Jenna Tommy on pit lane.
Hi, I'm here with Salvador de la Vecchia, who had an awesome few last weekends, but you were telling me about some struggles that you're having. Do you want to describe them to me?
Yeah, so my engine's not that good. I'm trying the best. Yeah. You know, yesterday I was trying my best. I started 4th to the pre-final. I got 7th, and then in the final I got 9th. I'm trying my best. My mechanic's doing his best too. And well, let's see what happens in the finals now.
Yeah, for sure. So how's it been battling the rain?
The rain's really cool for me, but it's really like crazy because so it says like, oh, it's gonna rain, but then you gotta change everything because you make a car for rain and then not more.
Yeah, you've got to change that whole setup, and that must be frustrating. Do you want to say anything for your family in Spanish?
Yeah, for sure. Gracias a mi papá, a mi mamá, y a todos los que me apoyan a mi mecánico y a mi coach.
Thank you so much, Salvador. Good job, kid.
Jenna, thank you so much. Great to talk to Salvador de la Vecchia there. And while we were watching, of course, great split screen action. You did not miss a corner. You didn't miss a lap of the action. Jeremy Fletcher going back to P1, but the guy to watch right now from 5th to 4th, now to 3rd is Finnegan Bailiff, as he's been able to work his way now into that 3rd position. He's putting some pressure here now on Carson Morgan. Finnegan Bailiff, the fastest driver on the racetrack, 51.411. Bailiff looking to get a good run out of the corner. He's going to try to capitalize. Morgan goes back down the inside. Phillips tucking in behind Bailiff. He's hoping these guys will stay with him here. And to the inside goes, I believe, Lloyd. No, that was Phillips thinking about the inside. Did not work in turn number 2. Bailiff right back up there on Fletcher. He's got his way up to 3rd. 7 drivers in the lead group. Fletcher, Morgan, Bailiff, Phillips, Rudolph, Terlecki, and Lloyd all in the top group here right now. 7 drivers, nose to tail, and we're going to make it 8 here pretty soon, as I believe Josh Holt's coming in from the tail. There's a pass a little deeper in the field. I think that was maybe Terlecki making a move forward. Rudolph's gone to P4, Terlecki up to 5th. Still haven't seen a move here for Bailiff trying to go to P2. Here it is, looking to the inside, not quite enough there as he's right behind Fletcher. Top 3 trying to get a little bit of a gap here right now. It's about a half a second from Bailiff back to Rudolph. Morgan stretching out a bit of a gap here. Bailiff, again, worked his way through. He started back in 13th, now running P3 on the TKG Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. Rudolph again closing up on him as well, so bring Rudolph into the race win fight here as well. He's closing up to P4. We have seen some tremendous racing here in KA100. Here's the move out at turn number 9. Back into it. Chase, I saw you watching live time, and you've been watching what Finnegan Bailiff is doing, moving his way forward. Any surprise that he's not made a move on Fletcher yet? Did he go high on the tire pressure, or is he just kind of biding his time right now? Yeah, I thought the same thing right there. Went to the inside, not really a move there. Got up on the curbing, lost a bit. What are your thoughts on Bailiff here right now?
He's got to be aware here, right? He's in 3rd. He's made up all this gain. And Rudolph and Terlecki, if they get to his rear bumper, they are not going to wait. They're going to attack, right? Finnegan Bailiff's got, I think, the fastest package on track right now, so he's got to make this move. It's going to be, oh, there he goes.
There it is.
Too.
Yeah, finally. He was very much the guy you were talking about, right? It's either pass or be passed. Get the job done, or you're going to see Rudolph going by. A really solid move there into turn number 8. He's able to get Fletcher, and that moves Fletcher back into the clutches of Rudolph. That would be the biggest thing here right now for Bailiff if Rudolph is able to find a way by. And I think Aiden's looking pretty strong. He's got Nicholas Terlecki right behind him. Both those drivers ready to push. If they're able to get by Fletcher here momentarily coming down. Look at this. Big run here for Rudolph. I don't think he liked the issue coming out of 1 there. A little bit of a wiggle there. I think that potentially Fletcher might have dropped a wheel. Did not get a good run out of 1. Balked him up a little bit. This has allowed Bailiff a little bit of breathing room. And there's Rudolph thinking about the inside. Oh, nicely done. It's a contact between Terlecki and Fletcher coming through turn number 6. Another driver goes out. That's the teammate Josh Holtz. So the 2 teammates get together after Terlecki got shoveled off. Fletcher getting into the back of him, coming as they work their way through turns number 5 and 6. Hold on there, Chase. We're not done. This is getting super exciting midway through 8 laps to go.
As expected, right? This KA senior class yesterday was nothing but phenomenal. So right now, this is what Finnegan Bailiff wants. He had those couple of battles going on that allowed him to only focus on Carson Morgan here. I think Rudolph's not done yet. They start passing up front. I think Rudolph and possibly Fletcher might be able to get in the mix, but I think he's on the kind of the conserve mode right now.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph up into third spot. Fletcher feels to me like he's on the defensive. Everything he's doing, everybody's kind of worked his way by. A lot of the times when you get passed like that, you find yourself to be out of your rhythm, right? Because you're just never able to get to where you want to be. You mentioned it yesterday. It takes some more time to kind of get back into your rhythm. And I think that's what we're seeing with Fletcher. He's got a lot of pressure from Colin Lloyd in the back. But right now we got this battle up front for Finnegan Bailiff, and really what he was throughout these last 5 or 6 laps, he was that disruptor that got up in the middle of these guys that were kind of calm and kind of following each other around. When you're that guy, and I'm sure you've been that guy before, you can disrupt things. That's when you start getting yourself the opportunities, because everything behind you starts getting chaotic because you're the guy coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like you said it. Finnegan Bailiff, his starts have been really good these last couple of pre-finals and the final yesterday. So he did everything right in the first beginning half of this race, and right now I think he's just being patient, waiting for that opportunity.
Bailiff right there on the rear bumper of Carson Morgan, but let's not count out Aiden Rudolph with 6 laps to go. Rudolph, the driver, moving up here. He just turned his fastest lap, a 51.525. Rudolph about a 10th quicker than Morgan as well. You can see how close he's getting as they get down into turn number 9. Burrell of Rudolph releasing that inside rear wheel nicely, able to get the kart to rotate through, back on the power quickly. I think the key here, though, is the question is, will Bailiff be able to capitalize and finish off what he started? Started 13th. He has been the driver to watch throughout this entire race. And we have 5 laps remaining, thinking about it coming out of the corner. Morgan has a look over his shoulder. I think Morgan wants some help. He doesn't want to let Rudolph come into the fight, but Aiden loving the battle he's seeing up here before. I don't know if it's just me, Chase. It seems like that's twice that Finnegan's tried to get that move kind of almost at the apex to the exit. It just doesn't seem like that's going to be enough to make a pass in 2.
No, I think, as these laps start to wind down, you can see Morgan, tighten up that line on entries just about everywhere. It's super hard to pass here when those lines can get narrowed up. If I started 13th and I'm running P2 right now, you've got to believe you got the package to possibly get a gap, right?
Yeah.
So
make it happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why he hasn't tried to get there yet, but I'm sure it's coming soon.
Let's see whether or not Finnegan Bailiff gets a run, but he's going to watch out because here comes Rudolph. And I think there's a signal from the sidelines there. You can see Bailiff. They're probably saying, listen, go for it. Stop wasting your time. Get it done. Here's another pass or be passed position. And Rudolph is looking to the inside. There's the contact. And this is exactly what Chase said. Now he's got to go on the defensive. He is not the man making the moves now. It's Aiden Rudolph who's taking control of this race. Rudolph's trying to get it done. He is sick of waiting for Finnegan Bailiff. You've got to pull the trigger. Chase Jones said it early here, exactly what you said, Chase. You've got to get the job done. You go from 13th to 2nd, you've got the race car. Go do it.
Absolutely. You can only have so many puzzle pieces. You just got to put it all together, right?
I like that reference as well. Let's see if Bailiff now has a little shake of the head because he's watching Morgan pull away a little bit. He gets a bit of breathing room there from Rudolph, but here we go with 3 laps to go this time by. And it was a point there where Bailiff was the man. He was moving forward. But maybe a little hesitation has put him back into 2nd by about 0.4 of a second. Last time by, 0.3 quicker for Morgan, and this will all be about Bailiff getting back into that rhythm. He's going to have to reel him in. And indeed, Chase, look what's happened here now. Now we've got almost a 0.4 of a second gap. He's going to spend the next 2 laps closing up. He's going to have 1 chance to do it when he really had probably 4 or 5 in consecutive laps there.
For sure. I think you probably didn't catch it, but going through turn 1, Rudolph and Bailiff had a little communication there, and Rudolph played a total mind game on him. He said, man, let's go, and then he went under the inside of him in turn 2, and then now we're with this gap.
Yeah, that's it, and that's played to the hand of Carson Morgan. We're going to look at lap times this time by. What kind of a gap? It was 0.430 seconds last time by. What will it be this time by the stripe? How about a purple lap for Finnegan Bailiff? He's got the kart to go. It was fast early. It's fast late. 51.173, closed up to within 0.4 of a second. Is it too little, too late, though? He was only quicker by less than 1/10 of a second. Rudolph trying to dig it back in here as well. You can see Bailiff not quite there. Was Morgan holding on to just a little bit? Because right now, he looks like he's got a pretty good race car. He went quickest as well, a green lap for Morgan. And Bailiff just not close enough. If he doesn't get there, if he doesn't make the pass, chalk it up as a learning experience because he could have went by early, just did not pull the trigger. Bailiff in the TKG Kart Republic digging in deep because it's going to be a white flag for Carson Morgan this time by. Bailiff most definitely closing, but not close enough to do it in turn one. Can he get a draft out of one down to turn number 2? Bailiff trying to roll the corner. Not quite that good through one. Bow in the back straightaway again. Not there for turn number 2. Rudolph not in the fight either. Final circuit for KA100 Sr. Bailiff trying to dig in. Where's it going to be? Do we see potentially Morgan go to the defensive pretty soon? And it's going to have to happen soon. Here comes Bailiff. This is going to be a last lap battle. Does he try it in turn 8? He does not. Big over-under coming. Rudolph's going to take advantage of it as well. Morgan to the bottom of the track. Here comes Rudolph. Maybe Fletcher in there as well. Down to the bottom. Fletcher's right there as well. Here we go, side by side. Rudolph gets a better run out of the corner. 3 wide into turn number 10. Rudolph comes across. Rudolph gets the spot coming through. Some contact going through. It's Bailiff up into second. Here comes the battle for the line. Top 5 right there. Over top of the curbing. Rudolph's going to try to block to the inside. Across the line. Rudolph with the win. Rudolph will take the victory on the final circuit. Rudolph with the win, but Bailiff looking right at him. I'm going to say this right now, Chase, and you are my driver analyst. I'll go to you. That camera was right in his face, and it looked to me like Rudolph came across on him.
Oh, man. Driver's perspective there's definitely some contact. You knew it was going to happen, though. I mean, it's turn 8, or it's single file, running defending lines, but nonetheless, one heck of a drive by Finnick and Bailiff there.
Oh, you want emotion in this sport, that was it right there. Everybody trying to go for the race win. Rudolph tried to go for it. He's going to try to give a little high five to Morgan. I'm not sure maybe they'll get it. I know that Bailiff was not pleased at all with the contact there. I thought Fletcher may end up coming out with it when it was all said and done. But the on-track win goes to Aiden Rudolph by 1/10 of a second over Finnick and Bailiff. Carson Morgan back to 3rd. Jeremy Fletcher 4th. Colin Lloyd 5th. Nicholas Terlecki in the 6th spot, Peyton Phillips in 7th, Gia Cicero 8th, Connor Ferris 9th, and Jordan Hernandez in 10th. I will say this right now, I have no doubt that they're looking at video in the SuperKarts USA race control right now because we saw it coming right at us there. You guys are going to like that video later on, Xander, because that was a lot of fun. Chase, man, but you said it. I'm going to say this right now. I think that was the race that Finnick and Bailiff could have won. He just didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like I said, you have the kart. He was driving great. I feel like if you would have, went earlier, he could have dictated the pace of the race. And, it takes one hiccup just to get a bit of a gap as well.
And, Chase, you'll see it. We're having a look at our own replay here right now as they come down. Yeah, Rudolph just kind of turns into them there, I think. And listen, we'll look at this again and get the replay later, but you said this yesterday. You've got to go by the guy. You've got to make the pass at least once to show him that you can do it, right? And Gavin just never pulled the trigger. Definitely some exciting stuff. We're seeing them chatting down there in the scale house right now. Hey, it's KA100. I love it. Gloves are off. It's Championship Sunday. We got the Pro Tour coming. Why not go for it, right?
Right. It's KA100 Senior, man. This is every single race. So you guys at home, this is what all year is going to be like in KA100 Senior.
I was just going to say welcome to 2022.
Absolutely.
Lots of great racing coming, folks. KA100 Senior was a lot of fun. We get back here on Kart Chaser. Mini Swift getting set to go, and Xander Clemens will join us back here in the booth.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching, to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Right? Welcome back to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex here. We are getting set to go racing once again for main events, and it's time to go green here with the Mini Swifts. So first up here, we'll bring the ticker up, bring the live timing up, bring the starting lineup up, and let's get set to walk you through the starting grid. First and foremost, we've got Keelan Harvick, hot off a pre-final win and a main event win yesterday, starting to the inside of Asher Augstein. Row number 2, it'll be Carson Weinberg and Max Christie. Row 3, Tyler Roberts and Oliver Weldon. Row 4, Salvador De La Vecchia and Luis Umana. Row 5, Jackson Pearsall and Gian Matteo Russo. We're getting set to go green here, folks. Let's see how it turns out. Harvick, Augstein, lots of shoving in the outside lane. It's going to push Augstein forward. He's trying to keep it even, and will be green to turn number 1. Couple drivers on the outside through the water. Couple through the water on the inside of turn number 1. One of them looked to be Kai Johnson, I think, down at the back of the field. Oh, no, that was, yeah, Kai Johnson down at 30th, cut down to the bottom. But either way, we're clean and green here down at turn number 4. Keelan Harvick leads them over Carson Weinberg with a great start in the CRG, up a couple positions off the bat. Headed into turns 7 and 8. There they go, your leaders on through, and out of 8, they'll head back to turn number 9. So out of turn number 9 here for the Mini Swifts, Keelan Harvick, Carson Weinberg lead your way through 9 over to 10, 11, and 12. And they'll come down the front straightaway to put 1 lap in the books. 20 laps to go here for Mini Swift as they head for turn number 1. Carson Weinberg played second fiddle here a month ago in January. He'd love to be a little bit better. His brother Cameron has also been running really good on the CRG and the Speed Concepts Racing Power. And as they head for turn number 4, again, looking pretty smooth altogether. So let's see it here as the field files on through over by turn number 4. One driver way off the racetrack, way wide there as your leader center turn number 7. That was one of the Orsilon Racing Tony karts as the field comes on through. But yeah, just gnarly stuff there. We've got, I believe that was the 128, if I'm not mistaken. There was a little bit further down the order. Big update though for Kai Johnson, up 20 positions already from the back P40 to P20 for the 157. Your leaders coming down the front stretch to put 2 laps in the books. Lots of comers and goers here we still got to keep our eye on. Altogether, Keelan Harvick still leads over Carson Weinberg. What a weekend it would be if Keelan could pull off the a unthinkable, really, a sweep as Weinberg drops a wheel out of turn number 3. Carson Weinberg a little bit wide there. He'll try to pick up the 3 drivers as they come on through, and now it's even more as Salvador De La Vecchia joins. Asher Augstein's right there in 4th. We go back a little ways there to P5. Tyler Roberts there in the Paralyn. I think we're watching this group. Here comes De La Vecchia. Bumper looking inside and clear. Salvador De La Vecchia gets a little bumper there from Carson Weinberg on the exit. That was a mistake. Weinberg moving him up, and that allowed Asher Augstein to get through there for 3rd. Now Weinberg finds himself back in the 4th spot. Tyler Roberts is there. Oliver Weldon is there. Here they come down the front straightaway. So they'll head back towards turn number 2, and it's a big lead already here for Keelan Harvick. Again, Keelan Harvick with a lot of viewers watching along at home, and he's got a nice gap here in the Hunt Brothers Pizza Parallel. Look at this battle side by side for third. What a pass back for Carson Weinberg. He'll get by on Asher Rockstein. They're still fighting behind him as Oliver Weldon goes side by side with Tyler Roberts into turn 7. Makes the pass stick. And a nicely done move there by the JC Karting Lando Norris kart driver. But out of turn number 9, here comes Weldon over De La Vecchia. We'll monitor the gap. Last time by 1.4 seconds. Should be a little bit less this time. One driver off over here. This is on the outside edge of turn number 3, I believe, and it is the 153 Burrell Art Machine. And unfortunately going to retire the car. That is Antoine Lemieux, who is running 26th. Back to the front of the field. Your leader, Keelan Harvick, has this battle behind him that started to kind of settle themselves out and try to work together. They're 1.5 seconds back from the race leader, headed through the carousel and headed into turn 7 and 8 here this time. De La Vecchia, Weinberg, single file, and out of turn number 8, we'll see how well the gap can slowly close as they work towards turn number 9. Hochstein trying to tag along. They were half a tenth slower last time by than Keelan Harvick, so let's see what we've got. Is that you can see the gap there, headed out of 9 over into turn number 10, and the field will file on through for the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift Division. Down the front stretch, Weinberg tired of waiting. He wants to go to the inside. De La Vecchia lets him on through there, and it's Weinberg into second, De La Vecchia third, Hochstein into fourth. Who's our interviewer? Who's doing it right now, Jenna or Kendall? Where are they? In the booth. I just brought the food. Watching Keelan Harvick make his way out at turn number 8 here. Nice run. There's Carson Weinberg's route behind him. Last time by, Weinberg did chip into the gap even with the pass. 2/10 quicker. Let's see how well he does in the CRG, leading the way once again as De La Vecchia trails by 2 car lengths. Big train going all the way back to Max Christie. Then it's Luis Sumana. Then the TKG of Lucas Palacio. And out of the final turn, we're watching, little curb hopping for Tyler Roberts. That'll hurt him down the front stretch. Here comes Asher Rockstein for third. He gets by on De La Vecchia. And now that'll allow Oliver Weldon to have momentum. He pushes De La Vecchia down the back. Not going to pull out a line to turn number 2, but all the while, Carson Weinberg, a little bit of a gap as he tries to hunt down Keelan Harvick and the Hunt Brothers Pizza Parallel. Side by side, there goes Weldon. He was making the move just to get by on Tyler Roberts as Harvick leads out of turn at number 8. Here's that pack behind him. Weinberg, then Hochstein's group with Weldon involved into 4th now. Hochstein into P3. De La Vecchia down to 6 as Tyler Roberts got by as well. Then behind De La Vecchia, again, Max Christie, that PSL Karting Burrell Art starting to close in on the pack also. There is Palacio and Umana. And here we come out of the final turn. Roberts missing the curb this time. This time De La Vecchia bites the curb. Christie with a big run on him. And again, you can see that dark patch there going into turn number 1 that has been tripping everybody up here this entire afternoon of main events. Just a little bit too dark on the outside edge of the racetrack. As we watch them go through turns 2 and 3 and over to turn number 4, this is closing in on halfway. Last time, a 10th to the better for Carson Weinberg to Keelan Harvick, so he is closing in on the Hunt Brothers Pizza number 162. And look at this gaggle again. Asher Rockstein looked like he was making some decent time, but ultimately he was not. And Oliver Weldon takes Tyler Roberts through on a nice move to go into 3rd, and there's the gap. Weinberg's nose cone looks like the front fairing, the bottom bolt has broken, and so that thing is still legal, but it's going to be flapping side to side, which, you know, if karts were a little bit more aero dependent, especially in the mini class, it might matter a little bit more. Either way, Weinberg's still fastest on the racetrack as that thing is sliding left to right. 53.870, half a tenth better than Keelan Harvick, 1.2 seconds back. He just needs to get to about 7 or 8 tenths back, and the draft will take him the rest of the way. So Weinberg on the move. On your screen here is Oliver Weldon. He's nearly 2 seconds back from Weinberg, 3 seconds back from the leader, Keelan Harvick. Not much ground to be made up at the moment here for Weldon as Tyler Roberts is trying to help him at least get away from Asher Rockstein and company, as Max Christie has caught him and has gone by Salvador de la Vecchia backwards. So Harvick leads them out of 9. And back go your top 3. Update here from the KA100 Senior main we just watched. Penalties handed down on a number of drivers. First of all, 3-second track limits penalties. This one was given to, one of them given to Aiden Rudolph in the 979, I believe. Trying to find where they ended up scoring him. Ultimately, they gave the win to Carson Morgan. Jeremy Fletcher was scored in second as Max Christie over De La Vecchia here. Now De La Vecchia back on Christie. Nice move, but we'll see if they stay single file. Let's go back to our leader, Keelan Harvick, out of turn number 9. So watching Harvick here, Morgan now declared the winner in KA Senior. Fletcher second. Colin Lloyd for the second day in a row is going to get some hardware due to avoiding the chaos. He gets a P3 result. Finnegan Bailiff got a penalty of some kind. Looks like incident responsibility with the 984. So Finnegan Bailiff handed a penalty for contact with Carson Morgan at one point in the race. Then, of course, there were a number of penalties handed out later on. Including Aiden Rudolph's penalty and Bailiff with a penalty as well. P6 for Bailiff overall. Rudolph ends up getting knocked down the order to 14th with all the penalties stacked on the 979. So that was a chaotic KA Senior race. You can bet SKUSA had their hands full going through the video themselves, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of people trying to make their case in the protest room here later on tonight before podiums. Meanwhile, DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift seems to be pretty clean from the drop of the gate, as Asher Ockstein there on your screen just ahead of Salvador de la Vecchia. That battle is for 4th. De la Vecchia will get through, takes over the position. Up front, not much changed. Keelan Harvick was getting reeled in for a moment by Carson Weinberg. Since started to pull back away as Weinberg has faded. Oliver Weldon is catching Weinberg, and he's catching both of them. I just don't know if he's going to have enough time to get up to Harvick here. Harvick's got a nice 1.5 second lead. Out of turn number 9 for this fight for fight for 4th. De La Vecchia, Ockstein, Tyler Roberts, all 4th, 5th, and 6th. And as we watch our mini slips come on down, it'll be 8 to go this time here in this grouping of 3. Christie's faded a little ways backwards. And we watch them head down the backstretch towards turn number 2. It's been all Keelan Harvick from the drop of the green flag. Carson Weinberg started to reel him in for a little bit, has since kind of subsided. Oliver Weldon, the quickest on the racetrack here this time. And as we watch them both make their way around 7 laps to go, this time by the stripe for the field. Rob, you're back here in the booth once again. You just got back from watching what was a gnarly finish in KA Senior.
Yeah, I went over and checked it out at the scales as well, talked to a couple of the guys who were involved, and it was an interesting deal. The, of course, Supercarts USA race control was super busy. A lot of penalties coming down. Aiden Rudolph got a few for the incident over there. I think actually Carson Morgan actually came out with the victory.
He did
in the official, at least official results before tech. So a wild one in KA 100 for sure, and it looks like Keelan Harvick able to get out early to a lead here in Mini.
Yeah, Keelan Harvick's got a nice lead here. Oliver Weldon, although, has been 4 to 5 tenths quicker at times, and he is going for the pass for second. Nice move, cleanly made on Carson Weinberg. And last time by was 4 tenths quicker. He's cut a near 3-second gap to this guy right here. Keelan Harvick down to 1.6, probably about 1.4 right now if I had to guess. With 6.5 laps to go, we could end up with a duel here at the end.
This could be interesting because let's have a quick look at this. Micro Championship Day coming in, true show. He ends up getting the win. KA100 Junior, Gaffera gets the win. KA100 Senior, Carson Morgan gets the win. Mini driver already has the championship locked. Oliver Weldon, does he do it as well? Top 3, the 3 winners today already had the championship lock coming into the day.
Definitely, here's something to note. And you know, for what's been just a wild day altogether. It's not a surprise to see. So let's watch down the backstretch. There's a little pass at the top of the screen. Augstein back on Tyler Roberts for 5th position. Changes the top 5. You can see Salvador de la Vecchia has pulled away. Christie's there. Palacio is there. He's dropped Luis Umana off his tail. Watching the gap to Weldon, I mentioned it was probably about 1.4, 1.5. It was 1.5 seconds last time by. So we're just keeping a tab on that gap as we watch the group on the outside edge of the top 5 right here. There's your gap update. Carson Weinberg is faded. Harvick still the leader, but that gap closing from Oliver Weldon.
Last time by about just a 1/10 of a second there, Xander, and it's got to be more.
Buddy was making a pass, to be fair. There is a little more accurate. 3.5 tenths.
Yeah, down to 1.2. 53.4 to a 53.7. 1.2 seconds, 5 to go.
You divide that up there, 3.5, nearly 4 tenths. I mean, that puts him within 2 tenths on the final lap. That could get very, very interesting. And as you know, Rob, you just got to get about 7 or 8 tenths back. The draft will accelerate that kind of closing right here in Mini.
Yeah, indeed, especially with the 2 long straightaways here, really 3 long straightaways. You get through the hairpin cleanly. Of course, the big run from 1 to 2 is the crucial one. And that one comes early in the lap. You mentioned this yesterday. We really haven't brought it in today. It's a different way around. When we're going in the other direction, you get that big long run to the checkered flag. This one earlier in the lap that we could allow for Weldon to get that big draft he needs to get into the fight for the remainder of the lap. A couple places to pass, to finish things off.
Right, and that's what's made these last-ditch efforts so crazy in the final few corners that are typically not ideal passing zones, I would say, not places you'd be looking to and be like, yeah, that's a very safe spot, a favorite place to get by someone, as we see Roberts back on Augstein. This time Augstein gets tripped up a little bit, so that'll shuffle them backward. Watching on the gap update, Harvick's picked the pace up, picked up down to only giving up a 10th that time, so 1.1 seconds back, 4 to go. Weinberg's continued to fade heavy, and this battle here now, Palacio, nice move on Augstein there in 8.
Yeah, he lost a couple spots there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Tyler Roberts able to get by, and then, as you said, Palacio, but that was a fast lap of the race there for Harvick, too. That's, I think, key right here. He is getting pressured. I haven't seen him look over his shoulder, but I'm probably getting some signs. Puts the laps down at the end here with 4 to go. That's key right now. He's getting the fast laps. Weldon's not doing that. His best lap number 13. He has not got there in the last couple of laps. 1.1 seconds now, the gap between first and second. This is 2 drivers pushing it hard as they possibly can. Weldon already with the provisional championship here in the category. He's got that title locked and loaded. Won the Micro Swift Championship here in the Winter Series 2 years ago. So he's won championships in the 2 ladders here of Superkarts USA. We'll see whether or not he's able to get the exclamation point on the end of a tremendous start to the season.
Well, let's check it. Last time by, Oliver Weldon, purple, picked up, is within a second. You can see them both in the frame now nicely. Only about 4 to 5 car lengths back. The double sticks will fly this time. He's got to be absolutely perfect, but he is so wicked fast right now. Again, this gap about 10 laps ago, Rob, was 3 seconds.
Wow.
It is now 3 car lengths with 2 laps to go.
Coming across the line again, a 53 flat for Weldon last time by. Does a 52.989. Picks up 4 more tenths of a second. 2 to go. Less than 7 tenths left. The math makes him on the rear bumper on the final lap. Let's see what happens here with Weldon. They'll work their way out of turn number 2 over to 3. Harvick's got to put the head down because Weldon is coming to the most famous names you'll see in motorsport, the Harvick and the Weldon brands. Here they come. This could be a great battle with these 2 second-generation drivers. Harvick into turn number 8 right now. Weldon rolled in the center. It's about 4 or 5 car lengths entered down to turn number 9. This one's going to be a last lap fight.
It's a repeat of yesterday. Keelan Harvick trying to hold off Oliver Weldon. He was able to do it to score his first mini win on Saturday. Weldon's got a lot more pace here today. He's cut the gap in half. Final lap coming. How much toe will he get here? Not a good exit out of 12 for Harvick. 2 car lengths, cut it down to a car length and a half. Weldon sends it deep to turn 1.
Big run for Weldon out of the corner. Harvick will run the defensive line to the inside. Comes back out a little bit. That's going to give some contact. Yeah, tried to roll the center. Weldon went down to the inside, made contact with Harvick at the apex of turn number 2. They're still side by side. Run here to the inside comes Weldon. Book it to the inside of turn number 5. Weldon goes to the lead. Back through turn number 7. Not there. Potentially going to the inside indeed. Back on the inside comes Harvick. Doesn't get the run. Weldon's going to leave with the exit speed.
Oh, what a massive gap for Oliver Weldon. Keelan Harvick tried to get it. Looked like he had the pass. I don't know if he thought he was going to get crossed over and slam the brakes or what, but ultimately that's what it looked like here from our view through 10, 11, final time. Down the front straightaway, Oliver Weldon wins a last lap duel and concludes his championship at the SKUSA Winter Series.
What a final couple of laps for Oliver Weldon. A great pass over to the inside of the inner loop, turn number 5. He gets it done. And again, as Xander had said, Harvick tried to go back on the inside at turn number 8. And instead of rolling the corner to keep the speed, it looked like he tried to pinch it, waiting for the over-under like you said. It didn't happen. Weldon just kept going to the outside. Got obviously a huge run out of the corner. And that is 4 in a row for our series champions to win here on Sunday. Truchot, Gaffera, Morgan, and Weldon have all won here in the 4th round of the Winter Series. They all leave here as unofficial champions before we wrap up tech. Big run there. Like you said, Xander, I came in late, but a 3-second advantage midway through there, and Weldon reels him in and gets the pass done on the final lap.
You know, I mean, the first two, right, dominant, no question about it. Truchot, obviously, Gaffera dominant. That's the way to put an exclamation point. Morgan, that was just crazy in general. We're going to talk to him here in just a moment, but in this case, I mean, you talk about earning it. You know, I mean, that is digging deep and showing why he is a well-deserved champion. That is hard work right there, never giving up all the way until the final lap, until the final checkered waves. And so big congratulations to Oliver Weldon. Lots of cleanup to do. Let's send it down to our KA Senior champion and somehow KA Senior winner after crossing the line in 3rd, Carson Morgan. Kendall?
Carson, you crossed the line in 3rd but ended up picking up the win due to penalties. Please explain that last lap because it was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, so we were in the lead coming down the last lap, and we were coming into the 2nd hairpin. I came down the bottom, blocked, and I got hit out of the way. So we were going into the next left right there, and I was on the inside, and then Aiden kind of came down and hit us, and then I flew up in the air, and I was 2nd. And then we just kind of came across the line 3rd. I just got past, I had stuff on my tires, but we had that win like locked for sure, and then we got moved out of the way. So I say we won that.
Other than the last lap chaos, overall, how was that race for you?
It was pretty good. You know, we kind of off on the setup that last one, a little understeer in the car, but it was pretty good.
Well, congratulations, Carson.
Thanks so much.
Back to you guys.
Xander Carson ends up getting the win. I don't know that he had it locked, because I think the last couple of corners would have been pretty exciting. He definitely had the position in turn number 9, got a bit of a bump and run there, and a penalty, I think, coming down as a result for Finnegan Bailiff. But, man, that KA 100 race was one for the ages. That was fun to watch.
You know, you look on his face. Obviously, he's got an X30 Pro race coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy does not look like an elated winner. He looks like a determined racer who's like, okay, I should have won that. I'm glad I did. But I've got one more that I really want to win today, and that's coming up later this afternoon.
He didn't take the game face off.
Not at all. Not at all.
He's still there.
He was stone cold right there. And
100%,
so, we'll see Carson Morgan in action. Of course, the headline class, X30 Senior, is coming up. Before we get to them, 4 more main events still coming your way here in total. Shifter and Master Shifter, Pro Shifter coming your way after this break.
Welcome back to Homestead, Florida. A much different weather pattern right now than we had earlier today. We had a ton of rain, Xander. We've got actually some blue skies and some clouds. Pretty nice here right now. Drivers in the Pro and Master Shifter category coming into the grid positions. A.J. Myers, two-time reigning SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion, number 1 ranked driver by eKartingNews.com. He is P1 alongside Danny Formal. Formal with 3 Super Nationals wins. Makita Fernica getting himself in the fight there, P3, alongside Billy Musgrave, 4-time SKUSA Super Nats winner. Andy Rule and Alan Isambard on row number 3. Justin Salazar and Calvin Ming, row 4. Levi Wosick and David Greco, row number 5, alongside Freddie Remrev. And field pulls away. Green, green, green. And here come the Master Shifter drivers as well. 5 in total. And a whole shot, I believe, out front goes to Patrick Otto Madsen. So we are racing right now, and it's a lead by A.J. Myers. And I want to say that might be Fernica up into second spot.
And a terrible start by Danny Formal. He was awful off the line, lost a ton of ground. He's right ahead of Kyle Kennedy at the moment and is all the way outside the top 5. I have no idea what's going on. I mean, I know under the leading edge camp at the Rock races, they've been really, really fast, and then they've had some clutch problems kind of out of nowhere on the starts. And, you know, he's had a couple stalled starts once or actually 2 years in a row at Pompano Beach. And so it looked like that was just another, again, a rough start for Formal. An unfortunate weekend here for him that had a lot of promise. And we look back, he was really the only guy besides Alan Isambard in the dry that seemed to have a whole lot for your leader, A.J. Myers. And Myers now, Makita Fernica, we'll see what he can do. The Charles Leclerc kart driver for PSL. Musgrave 3rd, Isambard 4th, Rule 5th, David Greco already up to 6th after his DNF in the pre-final. He was going to start 3rd. He was second fiddle to those 2 in the rain. But everyone's right now second fiddle to this guy here headed to turn number 9, A.J. Myers.
Yeah, we've seen this over the last couple of years. You know, A.J., you got to look over the last, 6, 7, 8 years. He's been one of the top shifter car drivers. But just the last couple of years, this guy has been absolutely incredible. Magic, if you will. The Magic Kart USA team has been really strong. And A.J.'s been the guy, has he not, on the Pro Tour. And just, again, the number 1 ranked driver in the country. Getting the job done right now, pulling away from Fernica, who runs in that second position. Billy Musgrave starting to dial things in, though, there with that the factory cart is the cart of his own design. They manufacture it in Southern California. They keep dialing that thing in. And I love seeing the American-made machinery up front like this.
Yeah, that's cool. We were talking with Billy at a few other races, you know, and joking to some of the other drivers as Billy takes a look that time on Makita Fernica. Didn't make the pass, but, you know, with you know, in the case of AJ, even though they're, you know, driving for the U.S. importer team of Magic, and it's really the only team in the country that runs, or the country in the world that runs the chassis, they still have to go get on the phone and talk to the factory over in Europe to kind of get any changes made, go through a couple people. When Billy wants a change made to his chassis, he pulls out a welder and he goes back to his garage. So he has that advantage to kind of adjust a lot more. It's obviously allowed him to be more creative, and right now it's looking okay, passing for second down the back and bringing his championship rival Alan Isambard with him, but he'll shut the door really quickly on Isambard there into 3.
Yeah, talk about stacking everything up, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because they're all getting right in there. Fernica trying to hold off Isambard. Look at this, Fernica pinching him down. Talk about not giving up. Fernica, elbows up coming through the corner. That allowed Musgrave to pull away. Isambard couldn't get the job done. Here comes Formal in there as well, I believe.
Yep,
yeah,
Formal forcing Isambard to defend right there. That's going to give Fernica a little gap. Formal wants to get him though still. He'll dive it into 10. Nice move by Danny Formal as he begins to drive back through the field. Fernica there, and look at the gap already for A.J. Myers. 3 seconds. 4 laps complete. Pass there made by David Greco on Isambard, as well as Annie Rule. So Isambard back now to 7th on the racetrack, just ahead of Kyle Kennedy and Justin Salazar as Formal starts to bear down on Makita Fernica to get into the podium once again here. Half a cart back. Let's see if there's a dive into 7 and 8. Close. Fernica covers off the inside. So
yeah, a lot of roll out there from turn number 7 a little bit. Doesn't give you the good run out of turn number 8. And that's where Formal trying to get into rotate at the apex.
Oh,
that's car control, though. He had that thing kind of rotating, coming in, almost backed it into the corner to try to see if he could get a better run out of the corner here. Now, Fernica holding off one of the best in the business here, Danny Formal. Formal on the leading edge, Formula K. Strong run out of 12. Watch it happen here. Gets that bite to the outside of the corner. That thing doesn't look that great mid-corner, Xander. Kind of lost a bit of that forward bite there coming out.
Yeah, I don't know. And again, too, I'm not sure if Formal tried to make a brake adjustment in one way or another to dial bias forward or back. It obviously looked like going in for that pass. He had probably a little more rear bias than what he wanted, but had to lock it up really hard. And now again behind Fernica, he's definitely not got the pace that he seemed to have at the beginning of yesterday's final, where it was a battle between himself and Myers. And again, Fernica holds it tough around the outside. Formal can't get it done. He stays at that cart length bubble headed into 10 and 11.
Really interesting passing, approach there. You can think more Formal's kind of the guy that throws it into the apex, right? Dives it. These are kind of late moves down the bottom. Like you said, Fernica kind of covering a little bit, running a little defensive line, maybe a more shallow entry into the corner. And Formal just not able to capitalize. This, of course, is letting A.J. Myers stretch away. It's a 3.4-second lead now for Myers over Musgrave. Musgrave then with a gap of at least 2 seconds over that fight. Here's the scrap further back as Alan Isambard able to get by Andy Rule. That's for 6th position. Isambard now going to see if he can't get back up to David Greco, who runs P5. But Myers, Musgrave, Fernica, and Formal, your top 4. Danny Formal just not able to pull the trigger yet on the Charles Leclerc driver.
Yeah, definitely wanting to, though, here. Nice run through 10, 11, into 12. Good run down the front stretch. Just kind of stalls out, it seems like, a little bit behind him here. And then this is Isambard back ahead of Annie Rule, so he's rebounded to 6th. Greco up the road a little ways. There's Formal finally forcing his way through. And that was like a, hey, thanks for making that really hard on me wave, it looked like, from Formal back to Fernica. He takes over the final podium spot and finds himself about a 2.5 seconds back from Billy Musgrave.
Yeah, shout out to Makita Fernica running that Charles Leclerc chassis with the guys from Pro Racing Ontario, part of the Prime Power Team program as well. They kind of work together up in Canada. Daryl Timmers and Curtis Fox for Pro Racing, and then, of course, Trevor Wickens with Prime Power Team. They'll be down here for a lot of races throughout the season here. So, Fernica, hey, you're battling with 3 of the best drivers in the country. Look at this. National 1, National 4, National 3 right now. In Myers, Musgrave, and Formal. The only guy not in the top 4 nationally who's not here is Jake French. So these are the best shifter car drivers in the country right now, and Fernica going toe-to-toe with them as he runs P4 on the Charles Leclerc.
Yeah, and now we'll see what Formal really has to flex here. It looks like faster than Musgrave, slower than Myers as of last time by, 47.637, 0.3 off the pace of Myers. And again, this is, in the case of the national ranked guys, Musgrave, Formal, Myers, they're feeling each other out. This is the first kind of test session they get for the SKUSA Pro Tour. And obviously, they're both, Musgrave and Formal are going to go back and be like, man, got a little more homework to do. Mr. A.J. Myers right now, he's got a couple tenths a lap on us. That's big.
Yeah, last time by, Myers a 47.2, Musgrave 47.8, 0.6 of a second off. The Magic Kart USA machine of A.J. Myers. Musgrave 2nd, Formal 3rd, Fernica 4th, Greco in 5th, Isambard runs 6th, Rule 7th, Kyle Kennedy 8th, Calvin Ming 9th, Levi Wosick in 10th, Justin Salazar 11th, and it looks like I think we may have lost Freddie Remrev. He actually didn't start. Drivers not starting: Remrev, Bagari, Schilling, and Von Tack. So 16 drivers in total, 5 total in the Masters category. Skitchy Barnes able to get by both Scott Presti and Patrick Otto Madsen. He had started off in 3rd, but has worked his way forward, Xander, over the first 9 laps. We see Scott Barnes, who is the champion-elect in this category, Master Shifter, looking to do what everybody else has done and get the title with a win in the final round.
Yeah, and again, the Pro Shifter class still up for grabs to a degree between Billy Musgrave and Alan Isambard. Isambard not having a good start is going to be in a tough spot to try and get it, especially with Musgrave winning those opening rounds here in January. Now we look into turns 7 and 8. Musgrave fighting hard. He knows how important the points are for him to kind of keep that gap after a rough Saturday here. But Formal, he's not really going to be held back too much. Musgrave eventually gives way there in turn number 9.
Yeah, Danny made that move to the inside there. He was significantly quicker on that last lap. Actually went purple. Was a half a second faster on lap number 10. Formal gets not a great run out there. Look at this. Billy tried to get a drive on him. I don't know whether or not he'll have it down in turn number 1, or turn 2 rather. Both drivers similar speeds out of turn 1 down to 2. Formal looking to try to, put the nail in the coffin here, really solidify this pass into second. See what happens if they dive their way in here, because David Greco, Fernica coming back here again. They're battling it out for second, Xander, and Fernica's actually closing back up.
Yeah, I think Fernica, for the last few laps, he's been quicker than Musgrave by a good bit, and last time by he was only half a tenth off of Formal. So, you know, maybe he wasn't in the wrong for fighting the Costa Rican as hard as maybe Formal thought he should have, you know, let him by. But he's got a lot of pace, all things considered, for the Pro Racing Ontario Charles Leclerc entry. And as we come down the front straightaway, we haven't put a lot of airtime on our leader. That's because A.J. Myers is about 7.5 seconds up the road from these guys here at the just past the halfway mark. 12 down, 10 to go. There he is, all the way coming out of turn number 4. The next group there, top of your screen, that's second on back.
Yeah, he's already through 4, and they're just rolling through turn number 2. Dominant performance by A.J. Myers, who has, again, been at the top of his game for the last number of years. We talk about it, Cole and I, you look back at one of the Super Nationals a number of years ago when AJ applied to get his A license to run Super Pro, and he really hadn't done any Supercarts USA racing at that point, so he was denied his license, so he decided to run the KZ category, which SKUSA opens up to the A and B license holders. I think he ended up finishing in the top 10.
Fifth.
I think, something like top 5 on a PCR.
5th on a PCR, highest American in the field of a bunch of factory guys. I mean,
Boom.
he was
A license.
Yeah. Right, yeah. After that, I was like, okay.
Stamp.
You got it.
You're good.
You're
approved.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Please come back.
And that was kind of the introduction to Supercarts USA racing, right? And I'm sure that AJ took that as, that fire of like, screw you guys if you guys aren't going to give me, what my due is. But he showed up with that PCR and was absolutely unbelievable. Qualified top 10, ended up finishing P5, like you said, and really was his kind of breakout into American shifter kart racing, to be honest.
Definitely, and it's not like he was unknown prior to that.
No.
He was a regular front runner on the Rotax national scene with his dad. A lot of the times as a privateer under Tony Kart.
Yep.
Then when they got linked up and started driving as kind of the lead guy for Checkered Motorsports PCR, I mean, number of U.S. Pro Kart Series wins. I mean, back when I was running junior at the time and looking up to the seniors, I mean, he was one of the guys, if not the guy at the time. There was one race I just walked away from the fence in South Bend because he put about 5 seconds on him in Leopard Pro. I mean, at that time, I mean, the Leopard 125 U.S. PKS class, it was that, and it was the SKUSA Pro Tour Tag Senior that were, just like how they are now, the 125 Senior being the premier class for those 2 championships in the U.S.
One of the ones that I remember that I love about A.J. Myers is when he and Mike, his dad, rolled in with the TB card in the back of the pickup truck, jammed in the back of the pickup, had the truck cab on it, everything jammed in, rolled it in the pickup truck against all the big teams, laid a smackdown on everybody, right? And then loaded back up and left again. A great storyline. Again, all it takes is a good tuner, a good driver, good chassis and engine. You can get the job done. And really, we've seen A.J. Myers from that, those days on, again, just be here as one of the top drivers in shifter kart racing in North America. And this, of course, Magic Kart USA team, all part of the Checkered Motorsports program, have been at the top of their game for the last number of years. A.J., 2-time defending Pro Tour champion, looking to go 3 for 3 here in 2022.
Well, and that's just the beauty of it, right? I mean, I think there's a lot of perception in the sport that you have to be with big teams, and there's a huge amount of value that they give just from the hospitality and transportation that they do, and then the expertise that's under everyone. But, most of the experts end up under those tents because they give their expertise, and Myers is a prime example because he could go out and do that again with that Magic Kart that he's got right now, with him and his dad out of the back of a pickup truck, probably be competitive. But in his way, he's kind of giving back, and that's what's cool. I mean, you can, you don't have to worry about kind of being held back. You can go get the same Magic Kart from the Magic Kart guys. You can go to their same engine builder, get a KZ shifter engine. Obviously, the spec racing with Miami, Miami itself is motivated to make sure it's got a level playing field as best as they can. And heck, if you're worried about maybe, AJ keeping one special axle to himself, if you want to talk to one guy really trying to sell go-karts, that's Billy Musgrave. I bet he'll give you the go-kart he's driving right now to try and go and run out of the back of your pickup truck. So one of the cool parts, of course, about karting is how level the playing field is compared even at the top level. And that's why, they say karting especially is so cool from a driver's perspective.
Let's pick up this battle here. We're seeing this is the Masters fight. I think, this is actually the battle between Scott Barnes and Justin Salazar. Salazar the pro class, Barnes in the lead of the Masters category. That's 11th and 12th. That's their battle here right now. But as we were talking, we're not done yet with Danny Formal and Billy Musgrave. Musgrave has not let Formal pull away at all. You can see him right there with him. And look who's creeping up from the back, who had some issues early. Hello, Alan Isambard. He's right back in the fight here as well. P4. And look at this. Musgrave thinking about to the inside of Formal, but Alan Isambard right back at it in 4th.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why you got, Billy Musgrave turning it up, because he's feeling the heat from behind. in the form of Alan Isambard. I don't know exactly where they all sit in the points. I'm not sure, you know, if either of those two drivers know where they sit in the points coming into this main event, but I can guarantee you that Alan Isambard wants to get by, and he's going by. Turn 1 and through on Billy Musgrave. Alan Isambard has taken over the position. Musgrave back on him. Crossover. He takes over the final podium spot. Nice move by the kid.
That's probably for the championship lead. I think Isambard, if I'm not mistaken, we'll ask David Cole once he get back in. I think that Isambard was the point leader coming in, and if he finishes, I believe, in front of him here, good possibility Isambard will grab a championship here. This has been a great fight between these two drivers in both weekends here of this year's Winter Series.
100%, and that gives Danny Formal a little bit of breathing room here. Coming to 3 laps to go as A.J. Myers passes by us. The group behind him here, Formal on your screen, just now getting onto the front straightaway. We'll check you on the gap and see what we've got here as they come to turn number 1. Formal, 10.6 seconds back that time by, with Isambard about 5 car lengths back. And closing in on him, Isambard not even be able to put a little more points damage. Look how much speed he rolls there through 2 and 3. He's closing in on Formal.
Isambard, like Fernica, a couple of drivers battling it out with 3 of the absolute best in the business. Isambard just got by the driver who's won 4 Super Nationals. Danny Formal, 3 Super Nationals. Yep. So here he is really punching above the weight class here. Isambard knows this racetrack, obviously, but man, how big would it be for his confidence looking at going USF Juniors racing this year if you're battling against the biggest shifter car drivers in the country?
Right, I mean, that's what Alan Isambard's trying to do right now. He's trying to make a name for himself. You know, I mean, to run a USF Junior program, he's got to find sponsors, and he wants to prove to those sponsors that he can win races, that he can run up front. The International Motorsport team, they've helped him out a little bit here on the karting side. He comes and coaches for them. He's well known here in South Florida and around the racetrack as a talented racer, but to be able to go up front, go wheel to wheel, and, hey, not take anything from Danny Formal. He left it in there to make sure contact was made. And let Formal, if you're going to chop me for that, I'm going to make sure that you at least make contact with me.
Hey, checkers are wreckers to a certain extent here. Not going to win this thing, but why not try to make the move? You've already passed Musgrave. Throw it in there on Danny Formal to see what you can get done. Here comes Musgrave to the inside of Isambard. Nice pass into turn number 10. So Musgrave takes advantage of it. He'll go back to P3. Musgrave back to 3rd. Isambard, who only about 6 corners earlier almost made a move by Danny Formal for 2nd, finds himself back now into the 4th position. Final lap on the racetrack for A.J. Myers. 11.7 seconds the lead. He over Danny Formal.
Yeah, A.J. Myers headed out of turn number 8 now. He's working through some lap traffic, headed back to turn number 9. Formal here in 2nd. Will try to keep a slight tab on 3rd as Myers comes into 10 and 11 here, Rob. I mean, he's just been perfect all day.
Another A.J. Myers demonstration. Bottom line, out of turn number 12. Checker flag in the hands of Aaron Likens. And the twin checkers are out for the winner today. A.J. Myers. Ooh, did you see it?
Hey.
Right?
You know what?
Where are you guys?
Hey, it's not cocky if you can back it up. And let me tell you, that gap back to Formal, 10.9, 11 seconds. That's backing it up right there. And,
man.
you know, they have a lot of respect for each other, but I think it's well known, you know, they have closer friends than each other for sure when it comes to the racetrack, A.J. Myers and Danny Formal. So,
folks, as he came across the line, twin checkers waving there, look behind, says, where are you guys? I don't see anybody around me.
Hands in the air, shrugs. I mean, hey,
I got this.
Hey, you know what? If you can do it, if you can put that kind of gap and a spanking on him, I mean, good on you.
And that is National 1, National 3, National 4. So you're beating the best in the business. Again, Jake French is the only guy that's not here. That's a 10.9 second victory. That's something. Hey, that's the smackdown. That's the statement that you take to the Pro Tour. I just kicked your ass in Florida. We're going to do it in New Orleans as well.
Right,
that was big. That was big.
It's a good thing that, you know, we treat the Winter Series as a proper championship and not like the Roar Before 24 testing. Otherwise, we'd be BOPing A.J. Myers with about 80% throttle on him and the Magic Cart. So, nonetheless, let's run you through the rest of the results here. Myers, of course, takes the win. Formal 2nd. Musgrave with that smart time move on Isambard. Isambard couldn't get back by him. He closes the podium. Isambard 4th. David Greco 5th. Makita Fernica, Annie Rule, Calvin Mink, Kyle Kennedy, and Levi Wosick, your top 10 in Pro Shifter. Skitchy Barnes, you know, moves up a couple positions. I'm sitting out of the pre-final and caps off his championship season in Master Shifter with a win over Patrick Otto Madsen, who got the whole shot, and Scott Presti, Robert Feige, and Brandon Reed. We've got more racing coming here. Rob Howden, Xander Clemens, myself, live on Kart Chaser. 3 main events still coming your way. X30 Jr up next.
Time to go racing once again. We are working our way through. And Xander, it's time to go through the rotation. X30 Jr Master Senior. What a great way to cap things off. Cap off round number 4 of this SuperKarts USA Winter Series. We look forward to the Pro Tour after this. Let's have a look at the grid. X30 Jr brought to you by Speed Lab Racing Engines.
Starting on the front row, of course, we talked to him earlier today. Brandon Carr has been phenomenal all weekend. He starts to the inside of the 798 Lando Norris kart of Sebastian Weldon.
Yeah, another LN kart there for Christian Miles, starting on the inside of row number 2. Outside in the Willpower kart, it'll be Max Garcia.
We'll quickly go through a couple more rows here. Max Garcia, then it's Teddy Musella and Julian DaCosta. Coming to the green, X30 Jr. We're underway, and look at them. They're 2 and 3 wide back in the field. Looks like this one's actually going to fully make it through the right at the end. We're about to make it. Oh, it's Hudson Schwartz. Oh, that kid cannot catch a break. He went from the lead to wrecked and then now spun in turn number 1 off the start as the field comes into turn number 4. Looks like it'll be mostly clean. Oh, one up and over. Hard up and over for the Motaz Sport driver. Trying to identify who we've got over.
797, I believe, going over there.
Oh, I think Frederick Lemieux. Actually, that's not one of the Prime Power Team entries. One of the Brunel Art for sure, Frederick Lemieux. And I think he also had a rough pre-final as well. So Lemieux out. Meanwhile, your field headed out of the final corner. Brandon Carr leads the way over Christian Miles.
Hate to see a driver go up and over like that. They got really aggressive coming in. A number of drivers kind of blocking a bit there, but good to see Lemieux out of the cart, getting up immediately, walking over to sit down. The SKUSA official right there with him. 2-driver breakaway right now, though. Brandon Carr and Christian Miles. A little bit of a gap now. Back to Teddy Musella in the Rawlson Performance Group entry. Musella up into 3rd. Max Garcia 4th. And Sebastian Weldon 5th last time by. 2-driver breakaway out of the gate right now, Brandon Carr. One thing about Brandon, will tell this guy knows how to lead races. So if you slot in behind him, he started on pole, you can take the opportunity to kind of hang with him for 4 or 5 laps because you know he's going to put down clean laps.
Definitely here, and let's see what Christian Miles decides to do because Brandon Carr's really not put a wheel wrong all weekend. Had to work his way through the field once or twice, up a couple positions, but since then, I mean, he's been flawless. So unfortunate yesterday with the bumper penalty for Brandon Carr, and speaking of flawless right there, that was a little bobble from Wiles. He hit the water spot. Still looks like it's pretty damp going into 1, just a little bit, and it's catching a few drivers off guard when they get knocked sideways, and now Miles about 5 karts back.
Yeah, drivers trying to kind of maximize, right, all of the track available, and it's just, you got to watch yourself in turn number 1. There's still that little bit of residual moisture on the outside of the track, and there's a bit of that puddle right there on the entry curbing. He'll have to get back forward, get his head back down. We'll look at some lap times this next time by. They were very similar last time, 51.3s for both Carr and Miles. Musella, Garcia, and Weldon top 5. Michael Costello up 4 spots from 10th to 6th on the opening circuit. Caleb Gaffera grabs 1. He goes to 7th. Julian DaCosta drops down to 8th. Max Taylor 9th. And Cameron Brinkman up 2 spots into the top 10 as well.
Hey, Cameron Brinkman's having a solid run here. Purple lap that time, though. 3/10 quicker than the leader, Caleb Gaffera. As Brandon Carr shows the way at a 51 flat. Miles obviously had the bobble last time, so he's going to lose time. But the rest of the field is at least on pace, if not a little bit quicker than the leader. So this pack could very quickly tighten up and become at least a 5-driver party, because it's Brandon Carr, followed by Christian Miles. There into view, Teddy Musella, and pass for 4th, Sebastian Weldon back on Max Garcia.
And that's going to give Musella a little bit of breathing room, because then Weldon going to do a little defensive run down into turn number 9. You can see Musella getting probably 4 to 5 cart lengths there as they come out of that secondary hairpin. One thing I'm interested in right now, and we'll jump onto that in a second, one thing I'm interested in, Xander, is what we've seen out of Caleb Gaffera. Yesterday running both classes, really good in KA 100, obviously transitioning that into X30, he gets the win there as well. Wins again, walks away in KA 100 Junior today to cap off that championship. How good is he going to be here now? Just getting better and better with that setup. He's running 7th or 6th now and able to get himself up a couple of spots.
That's the big question, right? Yeah. I mean, you know, for a lot of drivers, I mean, everyone that he's running up front against here in X30 Junior, in their mind, they're like, no more double duty. We're going to focus on the faster class. We're going to focus on the harder class. Just do that, not try to go back and forth, and obviously not overspend on dollars. But in Caleb Gaffera's case, I mean, he's getting double the track time on a day like today where that track is changing every time you go out on it. I have to think that's got to be a big benefit. Yesterday, that was less the case, and even still, running both, he won in both.
Miles tucking right in there behind your leader, Brandon Carr, trying to stretch away as Teddy Musella working it in again. Another purple lap here for Caleb Gaffera, a 50.516. Before I started to talk about Gaffera, Xander, I know you picked up one of the drivers making a big run through. You can talk about Jacob Kolar a little bit.
Yeah, Jacob Kolar had to start dead last here. He is up 18 spots already to 20th, make it 21 spots to 17. So from P40 on the grid here, or P38, sorry, P38 on the grid, which I think it's 38, 39. So literally one spot from last, 38th on the grid, up 21 positions for the kid from Key West, Jacob Kolar. And look at that. Oh, little bobble from Miles, side by side when they were fighting for the lead with Brandon Carr. And I said it was going to be a 5-car party. It definitely is now. Carr leads him on the front stretch over Miles, Musella, Weldon, Garcia, and here comes Gaffera, and there goes Musella down the inside, and that's going to give a gap there to the leader.
Yeah, coming out of turn number 9, they were side by side. It was Miles on the outside. On the inside was Carr. They made contact. I'll tell you, Miles luckily not to spin out there, and Carr able to hold on. Look at this, Musella completely on the attack mode as soon as they came down into turn number 1. Better run, of course, than Miles, straight through. Musella goes into second. Miles, though, aggressive to get himself back into position. He goes back in to P3, right there with Sebastian Weldon as well. And Caleb Gaffera has closed back up to this lead group. Not much of a gap, maybe a half a second for Carr, but this thing's starting to heat up here. We're still early in the run, Xander. 7 laps in coming around here. 15 laps to go when they get to the stripe.
Yep, and that time Weldon got passed by Max Garcia into 9. Now here comes Gaffera for 4th. He'll go by up ahead of them. Miles back on Musella. Here comes Weldon on Garcia. Garcia getting thrown to the wolves here. Here comes Michael Costello trying to get there. And the other Bennett driver who has been fast this weekend is that number 723. So he joins the end of this grouping. There is Julian DaCosta at the end. All the while they're losing some time to the leader. Brandon Carr's gap up to 1.1 seconds as we watch this tight shot here of Garcia. Looks like a couple drivers that just came by us here on the front stretch near the end had some issues, but up front, Brandon Carr leads, Christian Miles second, Musella, Gaffera, Weldon the top 5.
Gaffera now right up on his Rawlson Performance teammate Teddy Musella, the driver out of Orlando, Florida. Musella has been having a good weekend here since joining the Rawlson Performance Group team. Talked to Mike Rawlson about him earlier in the weekend, a project that they are battling in right now. They got high hopes for Musella, and he has been very good here as well. Gaffera right with them. Maybe a little more ginger and trying to get past the guy with the same logos. To the inside of turn number 4. Book it. He's through. It's Gaffera now to P3 as Musella drops back into the 4 spot. Right behind him, the Lando Norris kart of Sebastian Weldon for JC Karting. And it's a bit of a scrap here as they work their way down into turn number 9. No shortage of action here right now, Xander. These guys are, this is pass or be pass. We talked about that in KA 100 Senior. These guys were almost listening to Chase Jones on the PA because they're doing it, right? They're not waiting. They're making the passes. They're going forward.
They are definitely going forward. And Max Garcia just put the bumper to Teddy Musella, moved him up the racetrack a little bit, kind of rooted him, allowed Michael Costello to get by. So all the while. I mean, just a lot of no-holds-barred racing going on here in this middle top 5-ish towards the upper half of the top 10 grouping. Walking through turns 5 and 6, now into 7. It's maybe about a half second up the road from Weldon that will find third and second on the racetrack. Caleb Gaffera, who has reeled in Christian Miles for P2. That's going to become a battle here in just a moment. Let's see them come out of 9 here. Brandon Carr still barely in the shot when we're catching him. He's 1.5 seconds up, but this battle for Garcia and Weldon may not happen. I think we're going to see a pass on Gaffera and Miles very soon. Hopefully we can get the shot on them as they go down the back straightaway right now.
On screen right now, the battle between Garcia trying to get around Sebastian Weldon. That is 4th and 5th. We'll see them as they come into the inner loop here right now. And in fact, Gaffera is by. Caleb Gaffera slipping by Christian Miles to move Gaffera, the North Carolina driver, into P2. The chase now on. Gaffera trying to go 4 for 4 in junior racing here. Gets out of turn number 8, pulls 3 or 4 cart lengths. Great forward bite coming out of the corner there for Caleb Gaffera and the 704. We'll check the gap this next time by. But Xander Gaffera went purple on the 10th lap, 49.763. Gap about 1.5 seconds, but 11 laps to go when they get back around. Let's reset it on the gap between first and second. A 49.8 for Carr, 49.8 for Gaffera. Call it 1.488 seconds. That is what Caleb Gaffera's got to dig in over the next 11 laps.
And, here's the thing about it. We've seen this story already once today, just 2 races ago in Mini Swift with Oliver Weldon tracking down Keelan Harvick. We've seen plenty of other drivers make some big-time drives here in Homestead. This track, it just seems to kind of bunch the guys back up. That's why it's, very rare and impressive. We see, like, A.J. Myers put 7 seconds on him. Gaffera put 18 seconds on the field. Gaffera's obviously feeling really good, looking really good right now as he comes out of turn number 9, and here he is headed into 10 and 11. That kart seems to be working pretty good. He's working hard behind the wheel. Where will the gap be in the first lap with clean air for both drivers? Gaffera sees only one more left in front of him. Fastest lap personally for Brandon Carr. Fastest lap of the race goes to Gaffera. That time 1/10 to the better.
Yeah, just a 1/10 of a second though, right? Because Carr most definitely matched. Did a 49.6, Gaffera a 49.5, 1.375 now the gap. Still 10 laps to go, so a long way to go in this one. Both these drivers digging in, and both drivers obviously championship caliber. Carr, we've watched what he's been able to do over the last number of years. The UK driver has come over to be part of the action here in the U.S. quite a bit, and it's been great to have both him and his brother here. But a great drive here right now for Caleb Gaffera, who started back in 8th. He's got himself up in the 6th spot. And again, let's quickly talk about it. You mentioned Jacob Kolar. How about 26 positions up, Xander? He's in the 12th right now. Jacob Kolar gets to the front after getting by Cameron Brinkman. We'll see if he's able to potentially close in on Cooper Beasley. Maybe a top 10 run for young Kolar.
Yeah, let's see it here. And, we look now at the lap times once again. That time, Gaffera, another 2/10 chopped off Brandon Carr. But even behind him, Christian Miles is losing ground because Max Garcia has finally sorted himself out. And he just went half a second faster than Carr and 3/10 faster than Caleb Gaffera. And he's only 2 seconds back. So if Gaffera gets the car and they start to fight and Miles can kind of get there, or even if Garcia can make quick work of Christian Miles, Max Garcia, the hometown kid who finished second yesterday and got robbed about 4 laps short of trying to run down Gaffera, finds himself once again trying to come from behind with 8 laps to go.
Yeah, I like what Max Garcia is doing now. I think the key thing you said there, he's got to make quick work of Christian Miles. Can't get caught up behind him, right? He's got to dig in and make it work. Good pickup there for our kart chaser cameras. Here comes Garcia into the inside. Turn number 2, book it. That is what Xander calls quick work. Getting through, and he's already to P3. Look out. Here comes the Will Power Kart. Here comes Max Garcia.
I got to say a lot of respect to Christian Miles. I don't know if we caught it, but it looked like he kind of waved him by when he took a look over his shoulder and saw Garcia there. He's not fighting him at all. He knows, and Christian Miles, a veteran junior driver on what could be his final season before moving up to the X30 Pro Senior class, that, if Garcia gets up there and they fight, it brings him back in because I think he knows he doesn't have the pace on his own to run down Brandon Carr.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it. And good opportunity to follow Garcia. Maybe there's just something he's doing right now that's a little easier, a little better, and that's what he's going to try to pull in here right now. That was a very veteran move, as you said, for Miles. All about lap time here right now. This time Garcia making that pass Didn't quite get the lap. Very similar, but still a bit quicker than the leader. He's 1.9 seconds behind Carr. We're not done. 7 laps to go. Garcia needs a little more, but we got 3 solid drivers going after the race win.
Again, Garcia needs a little more. He's about to get a little more. Caleb Gaffera, 2.5 tenths better last time by, 6.5 tenths back. As soon as he gets there, again, Brandon Carr probably getting some signals from the fence like the rest of the juniors, I'm sure, are at the front. Like, hey, man, you've got company coming. But Carr, if he takes a look back, sees that he could start a fight, start a battle, pass Gaffera back and forth, and back them up to Garcia. That's Brandon Carr's best chance right now. And that is also, of course, what Max Garcia is hoping Brandon Carr does, because it'll bring him in and give him a shot at it. This time by, let's see, Carr, 49.8. 49.5 for Gaffera, 49.5 for Garcia, a 7 for Miles. So now we're down to just 3 car lengths, 3.5 tenths for Gaffera, and Garcia a 2.5 back. I mean, he could get there and probably would have gotten there on his own, but now we know he's got a better shot, even because Gaffera for sure is there. He's there already.
Gaffera is significantly faster than Carr. He's got to get it done right now. Pull the trigger now, get through, get it done. Clean and mean through turn number 9. Gaffera's your new leader. Book it into turn number 9. Does he pull away? Because that was the pass he needed to do. You mentioned it. Had they raced a bit, had it been harder, you would have allowed Garcia to close. It's now 1-2 up front, and it's Gaffera and Carr. Can Brandon Carr challenge? Does he have a response? The pass by Gaffera, he's close. Not letting them get away at all right now over the first half of that lap.
This is where Gaffera is going to pull him here. It's through those 90s, the fast 90-degree corners. Talked extensively with a lot of drivers that some of the newer bodywork on the karts make them a little more aero-dependent, and that aero wash happens in these high-speed corners like the back 90s that turns 2-3 complex. And that's where you saw Brandon Carr lose the most time to Caleb Gaffera. He was fine in the hairpins. He obviously could pull up on the straightaway. It kind of counterbalances the draft when you get to the 125 classes for how little the draft makes in terms of the difference between that and then running right behind someone. It's tough to run right on someone's bumper right now, and not to mention, of course, the last few laps, Gaffera has already been 2 or 3 tenths quicker. He's now got 2 to 3 tenths as a cushion.
4 laps to go. An X30 Jr brought to you by Speed Lab Racing Engines and Caleb Gaffera, the new leader. He's got 3 tenths of a second on Brandon Carr, but the Bennick driver not letting him pull away too much at this point here. The key will be whether or not Max Garcia can close up to Carr to grab over P2. Last time by, Garcia half a second faster. He's only 7 tenths back. Garcia is all over it. Trying to roll the center at turn number 8. Carr has not let Gaffera get away, and I think that's worth noting. We know that Gaffera is about 3 tenths of a second faster over about a 5-lap span, closing back up here on Brandon Carr. Last time by, only 2 tenths of a second, and we'll see if Gaffera can stretch a bit here. Now 4 lengths coming out of turn number 12. 3 laps remaining, and here comes as well Max Garcia from P3.
Yeah, Garcia digging hard. 49.303, fastest lap of the race. 10th and a half chipped off Gaffera. He needs 1, maybe 2 passes by Brandon Carr and Caleb Gaffera to get there. It's going to be tight if they don't. He's right now 9 tenths back. Gaffera is being really consistent, and Brandon Carr, he's close enough. I think he's going to force Gaffera at this gap to block, and that'll bring Garcia close, but he needs to really make that pass, because if Gaffera starts defending, I don't think outside of a crazy swerving, crashing KA Sr finish, Garcia comes out the winner. But look at that, good exit as we get into focus here for Brandon Carr out of 9. He's closer than he's been the last few laps, half a cart back. This is what we needed out of Brandon Carr. Here we come, 2 to go. Gaffera, Carr, Garcia, and they are all about to get together. Here he goes. Oh, contact, almost gets down and by, and he's still got a shot down the back. Not this time into 2. But Garcia is loving it. He's 3 cars back now, Rob.
Gaffera had him for about 5 laps to close in to make this a battle, and he has not been able to pull away. That's what he needed to do over these last couple of laps. But the one thing that Gaffera will have is the fact that Max Garcia has arrived in the Will Power Kart. He will start to challenge on Carr. That's the one thing Carr able to focus forward. If he's got to think about running the backside, it could be tougher. Over-under potentially coming from Carr. Defense comes from Caleb Gaffera. He'll keep it to the inside of the track. Doesn't go all the way outside. Carr's right there. Here comes Garcia as well. This will be the fight. White flag flying this time by. 1 to go here in X30 Jr. Gaffera's going to go to the bottom. And it's not quite there yet for Garcia, but he gets a big run. Side by side coming out here. here. Gafera's going to go back potentially to third. Carr goes to the lead.
Brandon Carr goes by. Max Garcia goes by. Caleb Gafera pushing on the bumper. What are they doing for? He kind of knocks him forward, and luckily Brandon Carr saves it. And that could have gotten ugly if Carr got knocked wide. Here's Gafera, nice crossover on Garcia. He drives him into the water. Gafera to second. Garcia's about to lose third. Christian Miles is by.
Christian Miles in there to be the disruptor as well. Gafera back now into the position. He's going to try the over-under. It's Carr back to the lead. Can Gafera pull the trigger?
Whoa.
Miles off the racetrack further back. It's going to be an over-under here. Gafera trying the outside. Sticks it to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 11. Through turn number 12. Gafera's got the spot. They're side by side coming out. Back to back again for Gafera. 4 for 4. He wins all 4 races here on Sunday. What a final lap right there. I love the fact that we had battling all the way through the final circuit. Gafera somehow gets it done in turn number 11. Xander, what a final lap. I don't know how Carr got back to the front. I don't know how Gafera did it, but I'll tell you, that was a lot of fun. Final lap was amazing. How did Sebastian Weldon get into second?
So Christian Miles getting knocked off the racetrack was by Sebastian Weldon. Little shades of Dale Earnhardt Sr. with a bump and run in turn 9 and kind of finished him off. And then through all the chaos, he brought Garcia back through. And then when he got underneath Carr, or Gafera got under Carr, then Weldon was able to follow and gets to second. Wow. We'll see if it holds. Obviously, just like KA Sr., there's going to be some officials taking a hard look at it. I think, at least in the case of Gafera and Carr, they're in a good spot and clean. I think Garcia was mostly clean too. But, that was something. Congratulations, Caleb Gafera. A hard-fought win right there for sure.
I'm going to give it up to Brandon Carr to be able to come back like he did because Gafera just reeled him in. It was literally 2-3 seconds a lap faster. The minute he got by, Carr stepped up his game and went back at it. Didn't let him pull away. Was able to make a fantastic pass to get back to P1 down there in turn number 9. Gafera just tried to go to the outside. Carr did what he did, right? Defend to the inside, hold the spot. Gafera was just able to run enough on the outside of turn 10 to put it to the inside of turn 11. And when you got that apex of turn number 11, really you're going to be fine coming through 12. And, of course, all hell broke loose with everybody behind them pushing and banging as well. What a, back-to-back great races there in our single-speed category. So much fun to watch these guys go at it. And, man, a big victory for Caleb Gafera as he wins both races here today. All 4 on the weekend, but, man, challenged aggressively by everybody up front. So much talent here in X30 Jr.
A ton of talent. We'll probably try and talk to a couple of our top finishers here. Jacob Kolar up 29 spots into the top 10. The kid from Key West with a flying run through the field. Phenomenal job. I think probably the most carts passed in a main event here today for sure. 7 spots up for Caleb Gafera. We'll take you through the last bit of the top 10 before going to commercial break. Gafera wins, of course. Sebastian Weldon second. Max Garcia completes the podium in third. Carr falls to fourth on the final lap. Then it's Christian Miles, Michael Costello, Max Taylor, Aiden Ingrata, Kolar again, his great drive forward, and Teddy Musella from up inside the podium, which eventually fades back at the end. Jacob Kolar.
What a race that was in the X30 Jr category. Man, really, in the end, a handful of drivers could have been the ones coming out of turn number 12 first, Xander. It would end up being Caleb Gaffera, but Brandon Carr, Max Garcia, Sebastian Welda, and Christian Miles all had what it took, I think, to be up front. It was a super exciting last handful of laps. And, again, shout out to Caleb Gaffera getting another victory here. It's been a great weekend for him. But, man, that's what you like to see at X30 Jr.
Man, that's all you want to see, right? I mean, both of the classes that feed up the chain, right? Your X30 Junior K seniors, you see a lot of young talent putting on a show. I mean, you know, that was just unbelievable, both finishes here today. I don't have a whole lot more to add to it. I mean, we've talked about it. Well, they've seen it. It's been incredible. Let's take everybody at least quickly through the starting lineup here for Rollison Performance Group X30 Master. Got Luis Schiavo and Danilo Romalo, the front row. Diego Rodriguez, Michelle Garrido, and Mario Barrios, your top five. Then it's Dan Breitenstein. You're looking good. Green flag in the air. Big jump for the inside lane there, Rob.
Yeah, Rodriguez was holding it off in the back. I'm surprised he held back so far. He may slide into P4 right now. Both Romalo and Barrios taking advantage of it. Schiavo's going to go to the lead and get a pretty good jump. He's got 4.
A little bit wide, little bit of contact. Breitenstein and Michelle Garrido. Garrido gets through, and Barrios and Danilo Romalo. Door slammed shut right there in turn number 2.
This is exactly what Luis Schiavo wanted, right? Anytime you start off the pole, you get a good jump. All you want is the guys behind you to start fighting it out with each other and go back and forth. Barrios going to make a move to the inside now as he gets to Rodriguez. A little bit of contacts, apex, but this is going to give Schiavo a pretty big lead. 1.3 seconds last time by. It's going to be over 2 seconds, 2.2, 2.3. Likely when they get back to the stripe. So Schiavo, who has not been able to be up front as of yet. Who's that coming?
That's
is that Rodriguez?
Yeah, he got turned around coming out of turn 9 somehow, right as we were focusing on everybody else, and he was fading backwards this lap anyway. But Barrios now to second, Romalo third, Garrido fourth, Gaspar into fifth, and Rodriguez across the line down in 8th.
2.4 seconds now the lead for Schiavo on lap number 2. I don't see Barrios with the speed we've had out of him throughout the weekend having enough to get his way up here. Schiavo back in January just didn't quite have it. Had some issues, had the pace, but some issues, just wasn't able to get onto the top of the box. Definitely playing his way right now. He's had speed all weekend, Xander. 2.4 seconds the lead. Fast lap of the race so far, a 49.9. Only driver into the 49s. This one looks like it's kind of in the hand of Luis Schiavo early.
Yeah, I would definitely say so here. We could still see some fireworks in this fight for second on screen, though, between Mario Barrios and Danilo Romalo. They've proven they're not afraid to, not hold back there, although this time Barrios, wow, a lot of respect. He pointed him right on by, let him go. I guess they're going to try and see if they can make it up all the way to turn number 2. Danilo Romalo and Mario Barrios switch positions. Give him a shot to try and run down Luis Schiavo. They still got 19 laps, but again, Rob, it's a 3-second gap.
Yeah, they were 3/10 off the pace last time by everybody but Schiavo going quicker on that last lap. A 49.9 for him. He still has a 50.111. Even with him not going faster, he was still the fastest driver on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely the fastest driver on the racetrack for sure. And I don't see that changing here anytime soon because it looks like the gap's probably even a little bit bigger this time. At least Barrios realized he wasn't going to have the pace to run him down, so respectful move to let Romalo go through. But not much going on the racetrack in terms of battling, and so because of that, we will be taking a lot of this race here to go side by side. We've got our Jenna Tommy and Kendall Hedge down on the grid. They're going to be talking to a number of both of the X30 Junior finishers and, of course, your X30 Pro Senior drivers making their way to the grid. So we'll be sending it down to them once they get a few lined up, and they're just about set right now. In fact, right now it looks like we've got Jenna Tommy lined up with Caleb Gaffera. So we'll send it to her here in just a moment as up front, Danilo Romalo continues to pull away from Barrios, and we'll keep an eye on the action as we go side by side here on Kart Chaser. Let's send it down to you, Jenna.
So much. I am here with Caleb Gaffera, who is our winner of the X30 Junior. Caleb, explain to me what happened in that race.
So we started a bit farther back because we just struggled a bit in the pre-final. Then we started getting rolling with the air pressure, and then we caught up the car, and then we took the lead for a few laps, and then we fell back the second, then went back to third. Then on the last lap, we made it happen.
Yeah, so you almost lost the win due to what?
Bumper.
How close was it?
On the limit, but it wasn't.
That's what's up. Who do you want to thank for helping you this weekend?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my mechanic, Will Orsini, Alex for the engines, and Mike Rollison.
Thank you so much, Caleb, and a great job this weekend. Is that the championship for you?
In KI, I know I have the championship. I'm not sure in X30.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our call either. I haven't looked at the spreadsheet to see whether or not there's a chance that he may have got that championship. Nonetheless, a couple of wins. I'll say this for Caleb Gaffera. Had lasagna for dinner on Friday night. Ends up winning. Went back to lasagna for dinner last night as well. This kid knows what works for him. Not going to change it. So a couple of wins for Caleb Gaffera. 4 in total on the weekend. We'll have a look at the championship to see whether or not he's even in the discussion right now. Nonetheless, a great weekend for him.
Yeah, no, I bet, speaking of not changing things up, I think we'll probably see him in the RPG Cosmic colors in a few weeks again.
Yeah, I think that's...
I don't think that's going to change.
No,
so, yeah, definitely a winning combination for them. His teammate right now, Mario Barrios, on screen, trying to close the gap back up to Neely Romolo. We're going to keep a tab here on the championship points and give you updates on that. And, again, not much going on so far in X30 Master because of the gap that they gave up at the beginning. Still about 3 seconds. An even-held cushion as of last time by from Luis Schiavo to Danilo Romolo and company.
Yeah, Schiavo just laid down the fast lap as well, goes purple again, dials it back in a bit. So he's got the laps that he needs. He's out front cleanly. So all in all, some great running here for Schiavo, his opportunity to get the win that has eluded him throughout the season. Another championship already locked in is the one we're going to have next race. X30 Sr, of course, going to cap off this year's Winter Series. We look forward to a really solid race there. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But Mateus Morgado, with 3 straight second-place finishes, has this championship locked. Xander, you had to look at the points. Any thoughts? How's it looking?
I don't know. I think there might be a shot, but I think the driver down with Jenna Tommy also came in with a really good shot this weekend. Came in second in the points before the drops. Had a wild final lap and a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of bumping and grinding. Came away and crossed the line second. We'll send it on down to you, Jenna, with Sebastian Weldon.
I'm here with Sebastian Weldon, who was P2 in this last final. Sebastian, explain to me what happened in that race.
Just kind of struggled with pace a lot and just waited for the perfect time and got second at the end.
Yeah, you still did great, though. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty upset and but good since I got a podium because I didn't really have the pace.
So if you could redo that race, what's one thing you did differently? You did awesome, but...
I would probably redo my start because I had a bad start, lost spots.
That's okay. Who helped you out this weekend?
Speed Lab Racing Engines, all my sponsors, Leo, Oliver, Kai, Alex, and Asir.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, and great job this weekend. Yeah.
Thank you, Jenna, here. And back on to it. Tom Gerstner going on through there, the last driver in line. We've got Michel Garrido on the screen at the moment. He has gone ahead of Yuri Gaspar and is trying to close up to Mario Barrios. We're trying to keep an idea of where the championship points were at. I was looking at it earlier, Rob, there, and what we could tell is, well, obviously Stephen Miller was going to be in a great spot because of his fantastic finish. Gaffera had a rough round number 2, but that would be his drop. He had a really good round 1, and then obviously 2 good days in a row, so it puts him in a pretty good spot. Weldon had a good round 1, decent round 2, good round 4, and I'm trying to remember exactly where everybody ended up, but I don't know. We'd have to see. This is, again, the 2 minutes out of the day David Cole is needed. I don't know where he is. He's somewhere trying to pretend to work.
That's it. I'll see what I can do with that and try to figure things out here. But otherwise, up front, like you said, Schiavo, 2.7 seconds the leader. But Danilo Romalo's not stopping. He just turned fast lap of the race. 49.565 for Romalo.
He's digging deep with it for sure. So Luis Schiavo here, 12 laps to go. 10 laps completed in this X30 Master main event presented by Rollison Performance Group over Romalo, Barrios, Garrido, and Gaspar. We've also got the X30 Seniors again making their way onto the grid. We'll be chatting with them here very soon, and I'm hoping one former X30 Senior regular and now X30 Senior part-timer Braden Eves is able to join us again as we open the booth up to more and more drivers to continue to add on to the characters that we have here on the Kart Chaser live streams, because he is over currently inside the big Homestead-Miami Speedway doing his Road to Indy photo shoots for 2022. He said, you know what, I think this photo shoot at 4 p.m. is going to be really short. I'm going to really try and get back for the X30 Sr main. I know he wants to be there to watch it. If it's as good as the pre-final was, it's going to be a barn burner. Hopefully it is. Right now, though, not much fireworks on the racetrack, just a smooth and controlled driving clinic put on by Luis Schiavo. 49.6 last time by, his personal best here right at the halfway mark. 11 down, 11 to go. Make it 10 to go and 12 complete. Schiavo continues to show the way here. We've got our camera set up down by the grid. We've got we're working on getting a few of our X30 seniors pulled aside for one final chat here coming into the main event. Good run through the carousel there again. Great shot so far and a good lineup. Once again, if you're tuning in here, stay tuned for the X30 Pro Senior Final. We are just getting set to chat with a few of the drivers before we get going as Schiavo takes us out of turn number 9 and on the run over to 10, 11, and 12. We're just about set. We've got Kendall Hedge down there with Diego Ramos. Kendall, take it away.
Diego, you had a killer pre-final. You were able to jump out front. Tell us a little bit how you were able to break away from the group.
Yeah, I had a good pre-final. I won. I started in P5, and I hope do again here, but instead in front and little open and try. I will try my best to win and get a points for the championship and help my team.
Yeah. How do you think the final is going to go in general?
Always the final is all the race fighting, but I hope I can open and do the race safe.
Well, I hope it's going to be a competitive race, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall, here. We appreciate it. And again, Diego Ramos, a man, a few words here. The Brazilian driver, his first language, obviously Portuguese, but he does his best here with the interviews, and he gets a good bit of heckling from his good buddy from Brazil, Mateus Morgado. Maybe we'll chat with Mateus at some point. I know that Ryan Norberg we've talked to a few times, Marian Kremers we've talked to, and then there were a lot of characters that started to really poke their nose at the front of that final. We obviously saw Thomas Neveau start to get going there a good bit inside the top 5. You know, Cameron Weinberg has been very impressive this weekend all the way through. Just got done talking with Diego Ramos here. Rob, you've done the research. We've tried to pound some information on David Cole. What do you have for us?
To be honest, David hasn't updated the spreadsheet yet.
Oh,
so
my God.
I know. He's doing his job out there, getting photography done, getting the stuff up. It essentially comes down, and we'll look at the points when it's all said and done, but really it's Max Garcia, Sebastian Weldon, and Caleb Gaffar, and it's going to be unbelievably close.
Wow.
We're gonna come down to that 10-point here and there thing. I believe it's what drops you have. Gaffar has dropped to 66. He's got the lowest number to drop, but does he have enough of the other round to be able to get what he gets here? And again, you mentioned it earlier. It's got to be a full day's work, right? It's the fast lap of the race. It's how good did you do in the pre-final. Caleb didn't have a great pre-final, so could lose some points there. Garcia was super strong, so this is going to play out really interesting. There was a lot of pushback and issues there in that race, so we're going to have to wait for the results to be locked and loaded for that X30 Junior category, but it is going to be a tight championship battle.
Yeah, definitely going to be a close one, so we'll keep an eye on it as Mario Barrios makes his way out of turn number 9 into 10, working towards 6 laps to go this time by. His gap about 3 to 4 seconds out front, 3 to 4 seconds out back, just kind of safely nestled into third in the RPG Cosmic number 1, the reigning SKUSA Pro Tour champion, working his way down the backstretch towards turn number 2 and 3.
We'll have a look here at the points as well for the X30 Masters class. I think it might be maybe a little easier to decide on the drivers who are up front. Yeah, Danilo Ramalho, I think, probably has a good position on this here. He's running in second right now. Came in second place in points. Michel Garrido down in a fourth. Again, it's all about the drop points as well, so we'll see how it plays out. Ramalho with a 300 and a 248. Garrido with a 290 and a 280, so more of a drop for Ramalho. Again, tight racing in both on the racetrack and, of course, in the championship battle here in X30 Masters as well. Laps winding down, 6 to go, and in fact, it'll be 5 to go when Schiavo comes across the line. And Xander, it's a 2.7-second lead. Both he and Ramalho knocking out a 49.6 last time by. Ramalho not cutting into that gap at all here with just a handful of laps to go.
Yeah, knocking on the door of another good lap time because Schiavo, he has matched his best. He wants to get, I think, at least a little bit quicker. He's not slowing down. You know, that gap at 2.7 seconds, granted, Romalo's kept him honest by not letting it get any bigger, but 5 to go. I mean, you could, you know, put the brakes on a little bit, kind of cool it off, allow the parachutes to release and just cruise to the finish, or you could put on the afterburners. And I think Luis Schiavo is still digging to try and go a little bit faster. 4 to go this time for the RPG X30 Masters. At the line, 49. We'll wait for it to update here, but 18 laps complete. 4 to go for Schiavo and crew.
Well, the interesting thing is Schiavo, I believe, was on the pole, qualifies, wins the pre-final. If he gets the fast lap of the race, that'd be 320. I don't know that he's out of the contention for the championship as well. His drop time is at 2:30. He was good yesterday as well. This Masters Class' championship still wide open as well. And again, it might come down to Schiavo having to get the fast lap of the race. Romalho has that now. That's the 10 points. If he can get it, he steals the 10 points away from Romalho. It's really a 20-point swing all told. So Schiavo, of course, trying to dig in at the end here to see if he can find a little bit more. It'll be 4 to go. And like you said, he's really only about a 10th back.
Yeah, only about a 10th back here with 4 laps to go. Make it 3 laps to go now here, I believe so, as the final few laps are coming on through. Luis Schiavo continuing to lead the way. Just a few more circuits around AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex for the RPG X30 Master Division as they go through turn number 4. And his cart, I mean, he's just planted. His hands barely moving. And spends a lot of time down here, comes down here and runs club races every once in a while. We'll come and do some testing. Just really enjoys getting the chance to drive his go-kart and race. I mean, Rob, you said obviously he's been doing this for just a little while.
Couple of decades. Yeah, indeed.
So, you know, knows what he's doing and then really loves getting out there and competing. And this time by, he's going to see what you love to see, the double sticks 2 to go signal as the leader with a massive gap back behind.
Yeah, it needs to get that fast lap, as we talked about. Has not put it in yet. 49.9 the last 2 laps, about 4/10 off what he would need to be able to go get that 10-point bonus. But nonetheless, Schiavo kind of cruising here right now. 2.1 seconds, still the lead between he over Danilo Romalho. Mario Barrios in 3rd, Michel Garrido 4th, Uri Gaspar 5th, Diego Rodriguez 6th, S.H. Moon 7th, Tom Gerstner and Dan Breitenstein out of this race already as well. So 7 more drivers remain on the racetrack. 2 laps to go. Of course, we have X30 Sr drivers on the grid. Xander, that will be the final race of this year's Winter Series. And, man, what a great way it is to end because you know fireworks are coming.
Yeah, you know it's going to be absolutely all out. And, you know, we had a very wet pre-final where some of our contenders in the dry, like Ryan Norberg and Mateus Morgado, will not be starting that high up on the field. Diego Ramos is going to get to lead them to the green. Good pre-final, good qualifying run especially. Qualified in the top 5, kind of got through, broke away, drove away. But now it's a fully dry racetrack, a green racetrack without rubber, but a fully dry racetrack. So we'll see how good that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic is going to be, as only half a lap separates this Cosmic driver from the checkered flag. Luis Schiavo leads out of turn number 8 and headed for 9.
Indeed, Schiavo, final circuit here. Romalho has slowly inched his way closer, but this is the final circuit, and Aaron Likens will walk out with the twin checkers coming out of turn number 12. First win of the season here, and he likes it. Luis Schiavo getting the victory in X30 Master. Great run for Schiavo coming across the line to get that win. Rawlison Performance Group, the sponsor of the category, gets down to a 49.8. Does not get the fast lap. So Schiavo with the win. Perfect day for him in terms of on-track results. Danilo Romalho finishing in 2nd. Mario Barrios 3rd. Michel Garrido 4th. Uri Gaspar rounding out the top 5. Xander, one more race to go, and we'll cap things off with what should be a fantastic battle here in X30 Senior. And those who are premium members of Kart Chaser get to see it all live.
Yep, and that's right. It's coming up right after the break, folks. Stick with us. Rob Howard and Xander Clemens here in the booth. Might have a few more special guests join us. We'll see what happens. We're definitely going to talk to all the drivers before and after they finish. They're on the grid. Their helmet and suits are on. It's time to go main event racing, X30 Pro style, after this.
Welcome back to live coverage here on Kart Chaser for the final race of the 2022 SuperKarts USA Winter Series. My name's Rob Howden, joined by Xander Clemens. And Xander, time to jump in and get things underway. This is going to be a battle for sure. X30 Sr getting set to go, and we are looking forward to what should be an absolutely amazing main event.
Yeah, Diego Ramos, of course, going to start on the point here. We talked to him right before we went green. Let's take you through the starting lineup for your X30 Sr Final. Of course, Diego Ramos and Carson Morgan will make up the front row. We look back, Thomas Neveau, Noah Baker, row 2.
Row 3 and 4, Mateus Morgado alongside Ryan Norberg. Number 1 plate holder Hannah Greenemeyer starting 7th alongside Cole Morgan.
And rounding your top 10 here as they come on the front stretch, it's John Burke and Nate Cicero.
Field set, into the staging lanes, away we go. Green, green, green. And Ramos will take him through turn number 1. Drivers a little further back, a little more sense of urgency. Good to go out of turn 1 so far. They'll fan out wide. We go 2 wide, a little deeper in the field through turn number 2. Into 3, some aggressive moves. Morgado go into second early, and it's Neveau off the racetrack, as many have done in turn number 3. He'll lose at least, I want to say, 4 spots as Morgado aggressive to the inside. This has given Ramos a little bit of a gap. He leads. Morgado sits in second. Xander, good start here coming through the inner loop.
Yeah, I think Thomas Neveau was trying to give it up and just barely mistimed the gap, unfortunately, here coming out of turn number 3. Heck of a catch there, and a lot of dirt probably on the tires of the number 324 TKG Kart Republic. Unfortunate for Neveau, but a great start, as you mentioned, for Ramos, Morgado, Morgan, the top 3 across the line.
Yeah, a long time for Neveau to get himself back where he needed to be, back righted and get focused forward. Ramos, your leader. Morgado across the line, second. Morgan, third. Baker and Greenemeyer in 4th and 5th. Hannah up a couple of spots to P5. Norberg holding station in 6th. Neveau dropping to 7th, as we had said. Alessandro DeTulio up 3 spots into 8th. Paul Bocuse and Cole Morgan, your early lap 1 top 10.
Yeah, guy to keep an eye on, of course, will be Marian Kremers, who had to start at the back. Up 7 spots so far to 24th on the Burrell Art. As we go back up front, Diego Ramos is going to have company here very soon as Mateus Morgado is on the way, although he made a little bobble out of 9, and has Carson Morgan fighting with him here as we try to get ourselves sorted down the front stretch.
Oh, Morgan stuck it down the inside of turn number 10. He'll go to the inside of 1 to get the job done. Couldn't do it in 10, got up on the curbing, but capitalizes on the run. Down into turn number 1, he will lead him to turn number 2. That is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th right there for you. Morgan and then Morgado right into the position. Right behind them as well is Noah Baker in there scrapping it out. Hannah Greenemeyer right there too, as is Ryan Norberg. Good run here from Morgan, trying to reel back up here on the leader. And again, Diego Ramos shot out of the gate, P1. Good, solid start for Ramos. Everybody else fighting behind him. It's given him a little bit of breathing room here, Xander, he may not have otherwise had.
Yeah, every time they get close here, it seems like they want to kind of trade it amongst themselves. Impressive start here for Noah Baker to make up that kind of ground. And as they come across the stripe here, that'll be 3 laps complete. Ramos still your leader, this time over Morgan, Baker, then Morgado, then Ryan Norberg, who got by Hannah Greenemeyer. Alessandro DeTulio up 4 spots in the mix. Neveau is back there somehow after dirt tracking it, still on the lead group here, and we're now joined by Braden Eves in the booth once again. Braden, we appreciate you. How quickly you have to take those pictures?
Yeah, I had to finish up a little bit earlier. Just ran over here. I'm a little bit out of breath, but I'm ready to watch some racing.
Well, you haven't missed too much, although Thomas Neveau was dirt tracking out of turn number 3 early. A lot of shuffling here. Good start for Diego Ramos. We haven't lost any of our contenders yet. 3 laps in, coming to put 4 in the books, Rob.
Yeah, you mentioned Noah Baker. What a great run for him. Started P4. He's up to 3rd right now. He's right there, essentially in the shadows of Carson Morgan. He's got Morgado right there with him. Again, Mateus, we'll give him a shout-out starting the race here. He's got that championship here in this X30 Senior category. But some really strong running early, seeing some guys move forward. I like it. I like what Baker's doing up to P3, but I'll tell you, Carson Morgan wants a win here.
Oh, Noah Baker, nice move in turn 4. He gets by, and now Carson Morgan is about to get swallowed up. Luckily, he kind of parked it right when he needed to. Will defend now from Norberg. That'll kind of stop the bleeding for the moment. He needs to probably block again into 9, unfortunately, to not get past. And Norberg going to send it anyway. He'll get by, and they're going to battle behind him as Greenemeyer gets shuffled by DeTulio. Louis Westover's coming in, and just like that, we've got a big gap here from 3rd on back. Morgado and Baker about 7 or 8 tenths back from the lead, you know, and then you go back about a second to Carson Morgan. I mean, Braden, you know, we've talked a lot about racecraft all throughout the day, especially you and I were watching the end of the KA Senior pre-final. When you get past like that the way Morgan did, I'm not sure there's a lot he could have done better besides maybe fully cover it off into 9.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's just to the point where, you know, if you really try to hold the guy behind, you're just going to end up costing yourself too much time. So you can defend a little bit, but if the guy behind does the job right, then he's going to be able to get by either way.
Well, either way here, they're still fighting. Look at this. Norberg and Morgan again. This time makes it stick.
Yeah, Morgado first able to get by Noah Baker, so move Morgado back into P2. And I think really the driver on the move has been Ryan Norberg. He's been able to push his way forward. Started 6th, fell back to 7th, got by Greenmeyer, then was able to get by Morgan. Now closing up here on Noah Baker pretty soon as well as he started to get to the front of that next group. So good to see the action up front here early. Morgado again aggressive. And Norberg losing a couple of spots, yeah. Norberg's lost 2 positions there. Both Carson Morgan and Alessandro DiTullio getting by, so that forward progress for Norberg stifled pretty quickly as he's now back, I believe, into the 6th spot.
Now, we talked a lot yesterday, Rob, about kind of the new kids on the block trying to earn respect in the right way, you know, driving a smart race, not like just battling just to battle. Carson Morgan showing no love to Ryan Norberg right now. He is passing him back at every chance to try and throw him away. And I can bet, you know, if Norberg ends up with a bad finish or gets crashed out because he ends up further back than where he feels like he should be, he's gonna let Carson know when they get off the racetrack.
Well, obviously a big win for Norberg yesterday. He's going to look to the inside of DiTullio, back into the position. DiTullio trying to do the over-under. Little tap on the back of the helmet as you saw there from Norberg, looking for some help from DiTullio. And a Greenmeyer right there as well. So that is 5th, 6th, and 7th. I think more for Norberg is, if you want to win this race, you got to realize that Diego Ramos way up the road right now. Over 2.5 seconds up front is Ramos. He's got about a half a second lead on Morgado, but those leaders are starting to stretch away early already.
Yeah, we'll see though here. They haven't really worked together yet. Morgado is closing in on Ramos. Last time by 2 tenths quicker for Mateus Morgado, and about the same level pace for Noah Baker here. Braden, can you think back to, you know, we go back to the first year you were up in senior, and then especially those first 2 wins you and Ryan got on the SKUSA Pro Tour over in Phoenix. How nervous were you going up against guys 3, 4 years older that you had looked up to in junior?
Yeah, you know, it's crazy. I mean, there was definitely some really big names that, you know, I've looked up to for even some of them up to 10 years, some of the older guys in senior, and you see them do amazing things. So when you get there, you definitely have to, you know, obviously when you race them, you know, it's like, it's not any different, but at the same time, you know, you looked up to people and you've learned from them and watched them and taken some of their moves, and then you try to put them up against them, up against themselves. So it's always interesting.
That's the beauty of this program, isn't it? In karting itself is just the graduation of drivers coming up. Eventually the young guns are going to go against the establishment, and you become the establishment. You got to fight off the young guns coming up through. That's what Norberg's in here right now. Here's a guy in his early 20s, one of the best in the sport, 4-time SKUSA Pro Tour champion, now a Super Nationals race winner, and he's surrounded by all these young guns coming up through the sport.
And he just went purple that time by, about 1.5 tenths quicker than Diego Ramos, who's trying to up his pace. Norberg currently on pace with Morgado, who is taking his time right now up front. I think he knows if they race a little bit too hard. We've seen a few races here at Homestead, specifically in recent memory, that Ryan Norberg's come from a good ways back to battle for the lead and the win. There he is at the back of the shot there in 5th behind Carson Morgan. Hasn't gone by him yet. I think he's taken his time a little bit, knowing that they're closing in on the halfway mark of the race, so we'll be go time pretty soon, but he's got to be smart of how he handles the situation. It seems like Carson Morgan, he's definitely energized and wanting to fight really hard.
Yeah, it looks to be like Norberg getting ready to go by, but let me throw out something here for Morgado. 3 straight second-place finishes. He's already locked in the championship. He is the X30 Senior Champion for the Winter Series, but he's not yet won a race yet. He's going to want to go for a victory, no doubt about that. This is going to be him trying to get that win. Oh, we got a problem for third.
Noah Baker has broken down at turn number 4 as the pass is made for what is now third, Ryan Norberg and Carson Morgan. Norberg, an emphatic saying, go ahead, pass for the lead. Morgado goes by to turn 9, and we have lost third place. Noah Baker head down. I don't know what broke on the car, just off frame here for a moment, but Noah Baker I'm glad we got at least the passes on shot. We'll see if we can get a shot of a deflated Noah Baker, and you got to feel for the kid, man. The rookie was having a heck of a run.
Yeah, you know, when you're up there punching above your weight class as a freshman in the series, in that level of competition, man, to be able to be there in P3, thinking about a podium, you've got some gap behind you, and to have something happen like a mechanical, you got to bounce back from that. He's going to be gutted for sure. When all this happens, we get all these passes that happen. Norberg goes by Morgan. You got Morgado making the move over in turn number 8 as well. A lot of action while that happened, really shaking things up. Mateus Morgado, second, running P1 right now. He really wants to get that win. You want the win with the championship.
No, you definitely do here. And, you know, Diego Ramos obviously wants to win. It's been a minute since he's gone to victory lane here, and he's got the best shot he's had all Winter Series long right now. And for both drivers, it's kind of like a repeat of the Brazilian National Championships from 2021 that they ran right before the SKUSA Super Nationals, where they were going head-to-head and were the class of the field. And they've got a 2-second cushion. I think they both know that they've got a nice gap, but if they fight too hard too early, well, very quickly it'll become a very small gap.
Great group, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Ryan Norberg, Carson Morgan, Alessandro DeTullio, and Hannah Greenmeyer. You've got SKUSA champion in Junior and Morgan, 4-time champion and Supernats winner with Norberg. You got SKUSA #1 plate holder, X30 Sr Hannah Greenmeyer, and the guy that essentially won both on-track events in January, Alessandro DeTullio. This is stacked with talent, X30 Sr, and this quartet right there running 3rd back to 6th. Some of the best we've got.
The big question will be what kind of times they're going to be able to run. Norberg that time, a 10th quicker, knocks it down from 2.4, 2.3 seconds down to 2.2. You know, big improvement for Norberg. I want to take a look here, give a big shout out to Marian Kremers, up 20 spots from 31st to 11th so far. He's caught up at least through the midfield, gone by Jeremy Fletcher. He's still about 4 seconds back from the end of Norberg's group that goes all the way to Louis West over there in 10th. So long way to go for Kremers to crack the top 10, like Jacob Kolar's drive, which just goes to show how stacked this field is, but at the same time, very impressive for the PSL Karting Burrell Art driver.
So, Braden, let me ask you, what do you do if you're Diego Ramos right now? Do you just wait here? You've got 2 seconds on Norberg. You guys are out front. You have a look over your shoulder, and you see you got a half a straightaway. What's the mindset of a guy running in second? Are you comfortable doing that? Do you want to lead? What's your approach to that?
I would say that if I was in his position, I would want to be leading, but I'm watching him, and it seems pace advantage Ramos right now. He's been able to hold just within 1 kart length of the car in front. Seems like he's just glued to that bumper. He definitely could make a pass anytime he wants. So, I mean, he can. It's kind of his call. And if I was in that circumstance, I would be worried that if I pass to the lead, that Morgado might know that he's quicker and just try to battle and bring everyone else into it. So for me, it's tricky. I think he's doing a good job right now.
That's what you're weighing, right? You have to be able to go by to tell him that you're fast enough to go by him, but you don't want to start dicing and let everybody come back in.
Exactly. Right, because you're not so much instilling fear at this point. Both of those guys know what to expect when it comes to racing each other. You know, I think, and Braden, you're making a great point that, like, you know, from a strategy point, if you show that you're faster, I think that's the big question, right? If he does think he's got more pace, because if he's worried that he might not have the pace through to the end, that's when you go and you play the opposite card and you need to start passing Morgado.
Yeah, do you put him into a false sense of, protection that he's going to be faster, right? I've got what it takes to lead this guy. I'm going to be able to pull away. Look at it scrapping further back here, though. That's
DeTullio, Morgan. They're allowing Norberg to get away. DeTullio just ahead of Carson Morgan.
That's Greenmeyer in there, too. Yeah.
Yep. Paul Bocuse joining the train here. He's getting up into the top 10. Good drive forward from outside in the mid-teens.
Yeah, Thomas Naveau tried to work his way back forward. We saw him on those opening circuits being off the racetrack over in turn number 3. It's been recovery ever since. He gets himself back under the rear bumper of Hannah Greenmeyer. She wants to make a move by Morgan here. Does she look to the inside of 2? Following that battle right now, which is 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. As Xander mentioned, Paul Bocuse has joined the fight here as well. There goes a move potentially to the inside, not quite enough for Naveau. He tries to go on Greenmeyer and instead gets passed by Paul Bocuse.
Nice move there here. Now, Braden, you're watching the timing just as much as I am. I know Norberg's chipped away at 10th to 2/10, at least a 10th every lap. It's not going to be enough to get there. He needs a fight, and they're not fighting, unfortunately, up front right now like they are back here. And like you said, if Ramos really does have the pace that it looks like he does, which he's pushing Morgado almost every straightaway, he could wait up until probably 3 to go.
Yeah, exactly. I think these guys are being smart up front. I think it's definitely right to not be battling right now. You don't really want to bring in Ryan Norberg. You know, he won yesterday. He's got good pace. Maybe slightly better than the guys at the front, but ultimately, track position, he's too far behind to be able to catch unless these guys really start battling in front.
Well, we always do the math, right? He's 1.5 back, 5 to go. You got to be 0.3 of a second faster a lap. He was 0.2 quicker than Ramos last time by. He's got to have a little bit more or have them battling. If he steps up and goes 0.3 quicker, it's just that, you know, that methodical push through, just cutting. He needs them to race right now, and a little bit of a gap right now for Morgado.
Yeah, a little bit built up here. And again, Ramos, again, like Braden said, seemed like he really wasn't in a hurry. He might be in a bit of a hurry now because that gap opened up a little bit. And by waiting to pull the trigger, thinking he had more pace, I'd obviously love to hope that he didn't just wait. And then, unfortunately, Morgado kept some fuel in the tank to pull away.
We had a race like that yesterday. Chase Jones and I talked about that. The driver sat right there in second, never tried to pull the trigger, and then the last couple laps wasn't able to hold the pace. You got to figure out whether you need to be in front, and Braden, that's why you want to lead. Even if that guy gets quicker, you're at least in the position where you can defend.
Yeah, exactly.
And indeed, Norberg not getting any closer that time by, in fact, losing 1/10 of a second. He'll need these guys to battle, and to be honest, Ramos not close enough to show that nose.
Yeah, he was digging there. That kart looked ugly through turn number 9. I think he's driving the absolute heck out of the tires right now, trying to get there, just hoping and praying that they're going to fight for the lead here really soon. And Mateus Morgado, like you said, he's hungry. He's had a bunch of second-place finishes. He's inching out the gap, 200ths to the better over Diego Ramos last time by. Norberg there in shot, and then there's your top two.
Yeah, Norberg lost 1/2 second on that lap. You said he had a rough one. 2 seconds back right now. If they don't battle tooth and nail up front, there's no chance for Norberg whatsoever. 3 laps to go right now, and a 0.3 of a second lead for Mateus Morgado, trying to put that exclamation point like so many drivers have done here today on the championship. Already has the title locked with 3 second-place finishes, but that win would make it all the more sweet coming out of turn 11 and 12. Double sticks coming across the line. 2 to go here for Mateus Morgado.
Little mistake there by Ramos. Clipped the curb here, Braden. I mean, what are you trying to tell yourself? You're in Ramos' situation now. Morgado's turned it up. Are you trying to coach yourself not to overdrive? I mean, what do you do to find more pace when you feel like you've already... Oh, whoa! Did he just let him by?
I don't know that he would have let him by. Did he drop a wheel on the exit? All I know is that Ramos now goes to the lead. Wow. What just happened there? Ramos now the leader coming through turn number 8. It was out of turn 3. All of a sudden, does Morgado have a problem?
He lost some ground there, it looked like a little bit. Whatever it was, not good for Morgado. Ramos pulling away now by 3 or 4 car lengths.
Unsure what happened to Mateus Morgado. This would be his 4th second-place finish. White flag flying for Diego Ramos. What has happened to Morgado? That last time by, he did a 49.1, almost a full second off the time he laid down before. Ramos stretched away. Xander's a 1/2 second advantage.
He's definitely got something wrong here. I'm not sure. Braden, I'm sure you're scratching your head too. I can't understand how he's able to still go at what looks to be like 95% pace. But he's slowing down obviously here. Something's definitely amiss on the car for the AM Racing Engines X3. But Rob, whatever it was, this is exactly what Diego Ramos needed, because I don't know if he was going to get there. And out of turn number 9, it's a big gap back. It's a huge gap to turn 10.
It's going to be 4 straight second-place finishes for Morgado, but the guy that's going to get the win out of the final corner, the victor today to cap off this year's Winter Series, is Diego Ramos. And he will win over Mateus Morgado. Something happened in the final couple of laps for Morgado. Not sure what it was as he falls back into second spot. Ryan Norberg, 3rd position, and everybody else capping things off. Man, that I think shook us all. We're all kind of looking around, wondering what happened. A 1-second win for Ramos. Norberg closing up on on Morgado near the end as well. Alessandro Di Tullio in 4th, Carson Morgan 5th. Hannah Greenmeyer ends up 6th, Thomas Naveau 7th, Louis Westover 8th, Cole Morgan 9th, Paul Bocuse rounding out the top 10, and a 19-position advancement for Marian Kremers from 27th up into the 12th position. I don't know what happened there, guys, but Ramos ends up getting the victory. Some kind of mechanical issue potentially for Morgado.
I don't know. I mean, he shook his hand right when he came across the line. Seemed all right. He didn't seem frustrated about the. I feel like he'd be a little more upset about a mechanical deal, huh, Braden?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, you know, with all the rain today, you never know if he just went a little bit offline, got over a curb wrong, and then just had water on his tires. But, you know, who knows? I'm scratching my head just as much as you are.
That weird.
Well, we're definitely going to try and talk to him, folks, here. Again, Rob's already run through the top 10. We're going to let Braden Eves on step on out of here, and we are going to send our Jenna Tommy and Kendall Hedge to talk to our top finishers from today after the break. So stick with us, folks. The live coverage from Kart Chaser and the SuperKarts USA Winter Series is far from over. Let's see if we can have a word with our very elated winner, Diego Ramos. What went down with Mateus Morgado and the rest of the field here in X30 Pro?
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
entries on Kart Chaser. Exactly what we expected to have for sure. X30 Sr. We knew it was going to be some tremendous racing to wrap things up. And, you know, we got a bunch of interviews lining up here, folks. We'll get it going here. What a great day it has been. The racing was tremendous from the start of the day to the end. Remember, we started off with a bunch of rain. We ended up going dry midway through the pre-finals. Xander Clemens nailed it right around Pro Shifter, Master Shifter, able to finally get into dry weather racing. And then the main event's all full distance and full of excitement, of course. We saw champions step things up. It was interesting to see the drivers who had already clinched the championship in a number of our categories able to then step up and score wins here on Sunday. That exclamation point at the end of the season, as I talked about. What we're doing right now is to try to line up as many drivers as we possibly can down on pit lane. And our Kendall Hedge waiting right now with one four-time champion, Super Nationals winner as well. Let's talk a little bit here with Ryan Norberg. Kendall?
So you were gaining down the leaders there for a second, but apparently there was a lot of water spots on the track. How did that affect your race?
Yeah, it affected quite a bit. You know, I was racing down and passing to move up a little bit, and I kept passing Carson, and I just kept hitting water, and so he'd pass me back, which is understandable. You know, like I kept making mistakes, and I was wanting him to work with me, and then I'd make a mistake. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of costly mistakes and not paying attention to the water, so a lot of that was on me. And you know, you have the cart to win the race, and you kind of throw it away. It's not the best way to finish a race. So, yeah, sorry to the team, sorry to everybody. That wasn't the best run for me.
How was the cart handling for you, other than the water?
It was great. I mean, I was running down the leaders. I was one of the fastest guys. I felt like if I didn't make those mistakes, I would have been able to catch the leaders and contend for the race at least. And yeah, I decided to throw it away about halfway. So, yeah.
Well, congrats, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And we get that a lot, right? Some of these champions are probably their most hardest critic, and as you could hear from Ryan, not at all pleased with the way he was able to handle that. And of course, Ryan's won a lot of races, and anytime he goes out there and makes mistakes, he says to himself, that's not something that I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be able to be the guy that doesn't make mistakes like that. We've got more guys coming in here. Let's have a quick look here. I want to see how far he came up. Yeah. How about 27th to 12th for Marion Kremers for PSL Karting, who stands by right now with our Jenny Tommy.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Marion Kremers, who we talked to several times this weekend and has had a pretty interesting weekend and then just drove up from 27th to 12th. Tell us about that race.
It was chaos in the beginning, and then once everything settled down, my pace was just really good. Like the BR was hooked up, flying around the track, and I think at some point I was even half a second faster than the leaders, which was just incredible. Towards the end it fell off just a little bit. The tire pressure was that high, so that's probably the reason. But yeah, it's just good. I think we ended up 12th, as you said, but there's some penalties in front of me, so maybe even a top 10.
That's awesome. Yeah, we were looking at your times, and your cart was just on rails. Who do you want to thank for that?
The whole team. Everyone's been working tirelessly to keep me up front and keep me motivated, which at times was a little bit hard because we were struggling in the beginning of the week. But yeah, the whole team, my mechanic chef, everyone back in Europe as well, the BR squad.
Thank you so much, and great job this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. And again, great run there for Marion coming from the tail of the field. Did a really fantastic job. His fastest laps, less than 2/10 off of those laid down by Ramos and Morgado at the very end of that one. And again, going to try to grab a bunch more of our drivers here to get a chance to chat with them as we cap off our day here. Cap off Championship Sunday at this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Again, Diego Ramos with the race win. Mateus Morgado finishing in second. Ryan Norberg in third. How about we grab the driver coming home here, P4. Great run for this guy. Alessandro Dutulio standing right now with Kendall.
So you had a great start to the day. You qualified 7th but had an issue with the engine. Can you talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah, we qualified P7 in the rain, but then we sealed the wrong engine for the qualifying. So yeah, we knew we had some power with the race engine, so we decided to seal that one and took the 10 spot penalty for the pre-final. Started 17th and then made my way up to P11.
That's awesome. So I talked about this with Ryan Norberg about the water spots on the track. How did that affect your race?
It affected a bit because we couldn't run the normal line through turn 1, 3, and the last corner. Water on
So just a little issue. There's a little issue there right now. Pardon me, folks, with our connection there. We'll try to get back to them when we possibly can. Again, as I said, Diego Ramos with the race win. Mateus Morgado in that second spot. Ryan Norberg in third. Again, just a little bit of an issue with the audio there down with Kendall talking to Alessandro DeTulio. And again, Ramos, Morgado, Norberg, 1, 2, 3. DeTulio ends up in fourth. Carson Morgan in fifth. Sixth, Hannah Greenmeyer. Seventh spot was Thomas Neveau. Eighth, Louis Westover. Ninth, Cole Morgan. And Paul Bocuse rounding out the top 10. We'll see if we can't get things dialed back in here a little bit with our audio so that we're able to get a chance to chat potentially with Mateus Morgado and, of course, our race winner Diego Ramos. Outside the top 10, Jeremy Fletcher had a pretty good run here as well. Fletcher gets himself up 4 spots. We talked about Marian Kremers right behind Fletcher, who finished 11th. Kremers in the 12th position. 13th, Aaron Benoit, another driver with a big advancement. He goes up 10 spots. Frankie Mossman from 18th up to 14th. And Paulie Massimino, all the way back in 37th, very much like Kremers. He came up 22 spots up to 15th for Paulie Massimino. Tremendous drive for Paulie. Xander coming back in here to try to see if we can't figure out what's going on with the audio package here right now. Again, just great racing to cap off the program. Of course, things getting torn down here right now. And we're trying to see if we can't wrap things up. It's been a tremendous weekend again here with Kart Chaser. Full coverage, of course, throughout the entire day. And really, the Winter Series just giving us an opportunity to have a kind of a precursor of what we're going to see for the Superkarts USA Pro Tour, which starts at the Winter Nationals. A new year. This program started all the way back in 2010. So it's been amazing to see the run that we've had with this Pro Tour program. We expect to see over 230, 240 entries when we get to NOLA. And, of course, NOLA Motorsports Park, one of the most fantastic racetracks that we can run on. Right now, working our way, trying to see if we can't get things dialed in to get a couple more interviews. We have our crew down on pit lane getting ready to fire things up. And as we had said before, just a really solid run up front. Diego Ramos took that lead. Not sure what happened to Morgado at the end of that one, but something over the last couple of laps dropped him back. Let's take another quick break. Kyle, we'll do a quick break. We'll get things back, try to get things dialed in. A couple more interviews, I believe, still to come. I don't know that we have them dialed in here as of yet. Nope, hold on. Looks like we are getting set to go. Let's try this. Let's bring in Jenna Tommy again as she stands by with Mateus Morgado.
Thank you so much, Rob. I'm here with Mateus Morgado, who just got second place in our final. Had a pretty successful weekend. Do you want to tell us about that race? You were leading for a few laps, and what happened?
So, it was a good race. Was gaining speed every lap. Was leading almost the last 10 laps was leading. The last lap I smashed the water. A big mistake, so Diego won. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for being the champion, and he has second position in the championship. This is really good for us that come from Brazil and arrive here and do first and second in the championship. And all I can say that we are really happy.
Yeah, thank you so much. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my whole team, Ariel, my mechanic Mariano. Without them, anything would be possible, and for sure I wouldn't be winning the championship right now.
Thank you so much, Mateus.
Fantastic overall performance there again for Mateus Morgado. 4 straight second place finishes. Almost got that win here on Championship Sunday, but like a lot of the guys talked about, there were still a bunch of wet spots on the track, and if you didn't have that kart placed exactly where it needed to be, you could find yourself in a bit of trouble. And Morgado, as you said, got into the water at the end, and that kind of ruined those laps. That allowed Diego Ramos able to slip through. So again, as we said, 4 straight second place finishes for Morgado. He is your champion this year in the X30 Senior category, so shout out to him for sure. We got one more guy we for sure have to talk to. We'll see if we get anybody else, but let's have a chance right now to chat with the driver who comes home with the big win, the victory today here on Championship Sunday. Diego Ramos standing by with Kendall.
So Diego, right before the race, we talked about how you wanted to get the win, and here you are finishing P1 in your first win since New Orleans last year. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I feel very happy. I had a good start, and I led all the beginning of the race. But after Mateus passed me, and I tried to follow him, and we are the same pace, the same lap time. And in the last lap, he did a mistake, and I can pass him, and I can win. Is very special for my team. and is that after Mateus passed me, I see his line and I did better. But yeah, it's difficult race. Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to say back home?
Valeu, Brasil. Obrigado pela torcida aí de todo mundo. Vamos, Brasília aqui.
Congrats, Diego.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Oh, man.
A lot of work for you guys to get things done here. Minor technical issues. You guys are dialing things in. Xander, fantastic for you guys. Great coverage for Kart Chaser. But, wow, what a great finish to give you that storyline to tell, right? A wild battle the entire race there in X30 Sr. You see Morgado saying he hit some water, got off track. That allowed Ramos to slide through. Same went for Norberg. He had trouble as well trying to work with Carson Morgan. So the bottom line is a lot of drivers challenged by what were really interesting conditions today.
Well, that's it. I mean, we saw the water here in one. We knew there was water down here. I mean, it would be silly to think there's water in places that we couldn't really see well. Even with the elevated cam and moving different cameras around, we missed the most crucial water spot, which was the spot sending everybody wide, and we couldn't figure out why, and that was turn 3. And that's where he went wide. He hit the water. Talked with Ryan, talked with Ale DeTulio. They said, man, they were hitting water like crazy. We pointed it out when Ryan had that mistake in turn number 9. That was him hitting a patch of water just a little bit off the line trying to go wider. So it was just one of those days where it was a different racetrack because of it. And they were going up to the inch, and it's no different than, you know, how Newcastle used to be with the old style curves. I mean, you ran to the edge of the limit. The moment you went over it, I mean, you paid the price, and that's what it was. But yeah, dialing things in a little bit. Obviously now we want to make sure when we come back here to Homestead in 2022, we get a camera even more further in the back in the case this happens. But you live, you learn. I think we got a little bit of a better view today.
It was great racing for sure. Of course, we'll have our podiums coming as we always do here on Kart Chase. But all in all, a fantastic race. Way to cap off everything here for the Winter Series. Very deserving champions. And again, as we talked about, Xander, the entire series here, this is the precursor. This is the preseason of the Pro Tour. Looking forward to getting to NOLA Motorsports Park to start off this year's Pro Tour with the Winter Nationals.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be an awesome weekend here. We can't wait to get out to NOLA Motorsports Park. Obviously, you guys are welcome to stay tuned in here. We'll be having the podium ceremonies coming up in about 20 to 30 minutes, post-race tech inspection, protest. We saw a lot of penalties today. That's probably going to be still coming in a little bit, although a clean finish here for X30 Sr, which is awesome. For eKarting News, this is Rob Howden. I'm Xander Clemens with Kart Chaser. You can stick with us, but if you have to go, we appreciate you tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you at the SKUSA Pro Tour in New Orleans.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Miami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan, and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the city limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AMR services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series or Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the City limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AMR services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Miami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan, and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the city limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot, and we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the city limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AMR services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Miami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and/or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot, and we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan, and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the city limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and ALML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot. And we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the city limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelandUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Miami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So, now that we've announced everywhere that we're going to be going to live stream races in 2022, let's go over how you guys can watch and where you can watch. At each race we go to, we'll be going live beginning with the first class on track and qualifying, all the way through to the end of the day with main events and podiums, with some sessions free to watch and some of it part of our $10 per month subscription plan. For every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final, and or last chance qualifier, you'll be able to watch free on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, and the Series of Promoters Facebook pages as well. Then, if you want to watch the main events live, you'll be able to do that on our YouTube channel's premium subscription for $10 per month. And if you can't afford to do it, you'll be able to watch the replay of the main events for free after the race weekend's over. To sign up for our $10 per month premium subscription on YouTube, it's super simple. As long as you're signed into your YouTube account, go to our page, hit the join button, put in your payment information, and you'll notice even at the bottom, YouTube doesn't bill you until the 30th day of the first month. Now you may be wondering, why even do a subscription plan at all? And the truth is, broadcasts are expensive. We've got a big team to put on these productions, and even with the help of the series and event promoters and advertisers, it still costs a lot, and we also want to do them bigger and better every single event we go to. And hey, if you can't or don't want to join the $10 per month subscription plan, you can still watch all the racing sessions with qualifying, heat races, pre-finals, LCQs live for free, and of course the main events on replay after the race weekend. But if you do want to join our $10 per month subscription membership plan, and you join before we go live on Saturday, January 8th at AMR Motorplex in Homestead for our first event of the year, you'll be entered into a t-shirt giveaway for our limited edition Kart Chaser Miami t-shirt, the first of the city limited edition t-shirts we'll be doing this year. In the end, we're only here because of all the love and support you guys have shown us and continue to show us, whether it's liking, commenting, and sharing on all of our posts, supporting us through our apparel options, and any other way following along with the journey so far. And we can't wait to get the year started live from Miami.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get things underway here. I think most of our crew is rolled up here. Let's get rolling while we still have some sunlight. Got our crew to help us out, give out some awards. No, sorry. So yeah, let's get things underway right now here with our podium presentations for round number 4. Final round of this year's SuperCards USA Winter Series. Thank you so much, everyone, for being down here to be part of this program as we lead into the Pro Tour. We'll start, of course, with the Micro Switch category. We'll go through the rotations. Trinity Karting Group is sponsor of the class, so let's go to the podium. With the driver coming home in third, number 13, Jaime Garcia. Jaime Garcia in the third spot. Finishing in number 95, Ashton Woon. Fast lap of the race for Ashton Woon as well, finishing in the second spot. The Ashton's already out of here. Already gone. Already gone? Well. And yeah, if nobody's here, if one of the team members want to grab the trophies, that would work for us as well. But let's get the driver ends up with the win and the championship, Alessandro Truccio. And indeed, any trophies that are here, the team can most definitely grab them and take them to the driver at the next event. Alessandro Truccio with the win. Ashton Woon second with fast lap of the race. And Jaime Garcia doing a great job for P3. Round of applause, folks. Youngest drivers in SuperCards USA, the micro category. Thank you. We're good to go. Drivers, thank you very much. Ken's still shooting. Again, always a big thank you to Ken Johnson from Studio 52. If you need the shots from Ken, find him on Facebook. Move into the KA100 Junior class now. Team Bennick, the sponsor of KA100 Junior. Finishing in third spot today, number 810, Adam Brickley. Adam Brickley, third spot in KA100 Junior. Finishing in second, number 873, Stephen Miller. Woo! Great Winter Series program for Stephen Miller. Had some tremendous racing throughout the program, some race wins as well. Great way to cap things off on this particular program for this driver here. The win to cap off the championship as the victor in KA100 Junior and the champion, Caleb Gafera. Caleb Gafera with the win. Partly thanks to a plate of lasagna. Lasagna. Trophy. KA100 Senior up next, brought to you by AM Engines. Finishing in the third spot, number 906, Colin Lloyd. Colin Lloyd finishing in third.
Let's go, Colin.
Good overall week for Colin, for sure. A couple of podium finishes, nicely done. Fast lap of the race, driver coming home, P2, number 922, Jerry Fletcher. Fletcher in second. 51.042 fast lap for Jeremy. P2 in KA100 Senior. Driver getting the win and the championship here in the Winter Series, number 984, Carson Morgan. Carson Morgan with some victories. He had already had the championship locked, but got the win anyways, as did both Truccio and Gafera as well. They came in with the championship already locked and put the exclamation point on the end of the program. Nicely done for Morgan, Fletcher, and Lloyd, your top three, your podium, KA100 Senior. I'll move to our stacked mini Swift class. Big thank you to DNJ Intermodal Services for being our class sponsor. Finishing in third spot, number 116, Salvador De La Vecchia. Vecchia. Finishing in third spot. Second position, great overall winner series for the number 187, Carson Weinberg. And being told right now that Keelan Harvick had to get out of here, so he's not here. So Keelan, who got the race win, not able to be here right now, so we'll celebrate the accomplishments of both Carson and Salvador.
Come on in. The water's fine.
So you guys do a shot, do a picture like that, and then do a picture up on P1.
All right, guys, trophies up. Okay, if you want to both get up.
Both you guys step
get
up
on the number one podium.
Show you guys those top steps. There you go.
There you go.
Like it. Yeah. Carson Weinberg, Salvador de la Vecchia, second and third. Shout out to Oliver Weldon, fast lap of the race, champion in the category as well.
That's cool.
We'll go Pro Shifter next. Pro Shifter category, finishing in third, number 253, Alan Isambard. Alan doing a tremendous job running against 3 of the 4 top-ranked drivers in shifter car racing. Alan putting on a show.
Your shoes look so white. You sure do.
Second place driver today, number 203, Billy Musgrave. Musgrave on the factory kart machine, coming home in that second spot. Always a battle with this driver who's going to stand on top of the podium. 2-time reigning SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion. Great to have him here this weekend. Back-to-back wins here. Round 3, round 4, the winner in Pro Shifter, AJ Myers. Magic Kart driver getting the win. Big thank you to PSL Karting for being our class sponsor for the Pro Shifter class. But AJ Myers making it happen, fast lap of the race. I like it. AJ Myers, 2-time SKUSA champion, of course, Billy Musgrave, as we said, 4-time Super Nats champ. How about Alan Isambard? Battling it out with the best. I like it. Congratulations to Alan for fighting it out. These guys, well done, guys.
That's like the 2. You can't win one. That is pretty funny.
We'll go to the Masters category now.
Second.
Finishing in third, number 608, Scott Presti. Scott Presti in third spot, Master Shifter. Finishing in second in the Master Shifter category, Patrick Otto Madsen. Local drivers will be going home. This guy's not local, he's from Bermuda. He's the winner and the champion, Skitchy Barnes. Scott Barnes.
Wait, we already did this.
For Bermuda, for Harden Motorsports Group. Nice new pair of Jordans. Couldn't go to dinner last night though. Had to wear his racing shoes. Great job, Skitchy. Great to have you here as always, representing the amazing country of Bermuda and the Bermuda Karting Club. We'll move now to X30 Jr, brought to you by Speed Lab Racing Engines, finishing in third. Number 707, Christian Miles. P3. Running for MDR of the Lando Kart. Great job for Christian Miles. Finishing in second spot with the championship as well, Sebastian Weldon.
Oh, really?
Weldon. Excellent job today. What a battle. What a final lap for Weldon to work his way onto the podium. What a great drive. But it was an amazing weekend, probably a career weekend for the young driver to North Carolina. Wins all 4 races here this weekend in X30 Jr and KA100 Jr. He is the X30 race winner. Give it up for Caleb Gaffera! Rawson Performance Group driver had it all working here today. Gaffera, a little handshake of Christian, a little handshake of Sebastian. And listen, this is the future here right now. This is the drivers we're going to see battling it out in the junior categories throughout 2022. Fast lap of the race with the Max Garcia. We've got great talent here in this junior category. Looking forward to see what they do throughout the season. We'll move to the X30 Masters class. Just 2 more categories still to go. Those of you hanging out with us, we appreciate you staying here to cheer on the drivers making it to the podium. Finishing in 3rd spot, number 501, Mario Barrios. Woo! Coming home in 2nd, number 518, Danilo Ramalho. Ramalho in 2nd. Fast lap of the race too, Danilo. Well done. Let's bring the driver up who's got the race win. He has been searching for it. Gets the job done. The winner today by almost 2 seconds. Luis Schiavo. Schiavo with the win. 1.974 the margin of victory. Great job for Luis Schiavo. Danilo Ramalho finishing in 2nd. Now Mario Barrios, a reigning Pro Tour X30 Masters champion, finishing in 3rd spot today.
Good job, guys.
And as the sun is set here at Homestead-Miami Motorplex, but cap days off with X30 Sr. Group A Apparel, a sponsor of the class. Finishing in 3rd spot today, number 303, Ryan. Nope. Ryan Norberg.
I got one.
Ryan Norberg finishing in 3rd.
You don't know how to find the 3rd one?
And your chip.
Woo! Had that mic cut out. He said it. Wow. Hey, Ryan didn't know where number 3 was. That makes sense. He just goes for the center.
Number 3. The winner of the race today, Diego Ramos!
Woo! Man. Okay, I think it's working now. Batteries died on us. I'll stay right here. Hopefully it'll work. Diego Ramos with the win. Mateus Morgado in 2nd. Ryan Norberg 3rd. Shout out to Oscar Pinoza with the fast lap of the race. Worked his way up to 18th. But Ramos, Morgado, and Norberg. Again, we're talking about the class of X30 Senior Racing here in North America. A couple Brazilians, P1 and P2. 4-time student champion Ryan Norberg coming home in the 3rd spot. Of course, folks, the podium will be available for all the teams that want to get shots. I will say this right now. Big thank you to everybody who came down here to Florida to be part of this year's SuperKarts USA Winter Series. We hope to see everybody at the Winter Nationals as the Pro Tour gets fired up once again. Again, please be safe going home. We want to see you at the next event. Thank you so much for being here, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a great weekend. Thank you so much for coming to Florida. Bye for now.
Go first. Age before beauty. Age before beauty. Compared to Rob, I am. Wait, compared to Rob?